got to groove to that. Come on, take heed. I know you got to move and groove to that right there. I know you got something going on over there. Come on, stay your key. It's time to get the fuck. It's good to see y'all tonight. We're gonna turn the music down and get to the show. But first, I want y'all to groove. It's been a long week for some people. I don't just want y'all to just sit back and enjoy this nice jazz riff right here. And we're gonna start in a minute. Take Heed looking beautiful tonight as always. If y'all ain't subscribed to Take Heed, go over and subscribe to Take Heed to the Myth. Hey! All right, ladies and gentlemen, I don't want to turn it off, but you know I'm going to turn it off because I got my girl in the house with me tonight. Welcome to Black Men Unfiltered Network, the Barbershop Talk tonight. As you can see, we have the lovely queen in the building. Take Heed to the Message. And Take Heed to the Message has been very, very great in her content. She has been killing the game. And I want her to start this show off with me tonight. She's only here for a limited time only, so if you didn't get your autograph yesterday, you won't be able to get it today. But I will say this. Before we get the show started, hit the like button, subscribe button, hit the share button. If you want to give to the channel, you can always give to the channel by sending a Cash App to Black Men Unfiltered. It's right at the bottom of the screen. But before we get started, I want to thank you, Take Heed, for taking some time to sit with me for just a little bit and go over something that you said that sparked this conversation tonight. Take Heed said that there is no benefit or honor in being a stepfather. Take heed to the message. The floor is yours, honey. Explain to us, the men tonight on this panel who will agree with you. Some of them will, some of them may not agree with you when you say there's no benefit or honor in being a stepfather. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
So when I put this reel out, a lot of people didn't listen to the rest of the reel. So when I said there is no honor in being a stepfather, right? They didn't listen to the rest. So when I said there's no honor in being the stepfather, because the woman has not trained the children. The baby father is still doing nonsense. So the soon-to-be husband or husband now, he doesn't have any control over the family. So that's why I said it's no honor. And I had a lot of people say, well, in the Bible, it's honor in being a stepfather, right? And I told them only when it's a widow, only when it's a widow that it is an honor. God didn't have baby mothers in the Bible. It didn't say baby mothers in the Bible. It's either you are a wife or you're a widow.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of women got offended by that, but they didn't listen to the other part. You're supposed to train your children to respect this man. You're supposed to let your baby father know his boundaries, okay? That yes, these children are ours, but my king is at the helm of this kingdom. So if he say you're not allowed in this house while he's not here, even if your kids live here, you're not allowed in this house. You're not allowed to call me at certain times. And when we do talk, it is about the children only. I don't want to hear about the good times or when we were together and this and that, because you did not marry me. You did not say you are worthy to be wife. Another man came in and said, you are worthy to be wife. But nobody heard that part. They just heard I said it's not an honor in being a stepfather.
Yeah. So take you to the message. Thank you so much for coming into the barbershop tonight. Amongst all these bald head men who are here tonight, so a few of them, they just, all their hair is just shaking. It's just a mess, but anyway, take heed. I thank you I want to give you your flowers. I always give it to you behind the scenes, but I definitely want to do it publicly as well. I do that on my shows because I'm always saying something that you said that was beneficial. It is good to see a woman of your standard, of your stature, that can stand firm in what you believe and nobody can shake you from that. You have nothing to hold your head down about. Everything you say is from your own experiences, and you don't want anybody else to go through what you've been through. And you call out the foolery. And so we thank you. We love you. We thank you. You are the queen in this era, and we appreciate everything that you do. So make sure, guys, you go and subscribe and like all of her videos. Follow her because it goes down. It goes down with Take Heed to the Message, and she ain't holding no punches. She knocking your asses out. So thank you so much, Take Heed. And thank you for coming into the barbershop tonight. Tell your king we appreciate the minutes that he gave us this evening. And we love you. And go support her. Take heed to the message. Go and find her. Support her on Instagram, on Facebook, on YouTube. Find her and support her on all her platforms. And she has a store as well. Let's make sure we support her with her merch as well. So thank you so much, Take Heed, for your time, sweetheart. We love you, sugar. And you have a good night. Go take care of that king. Go have him, make him run up and down the hallway from you tonight. Make him run. All right.
Thank you, sir. Have a good night, everybody.
Thank you so much. All right. And now, guys, as you seen, Take Heed came in tonight and explained what she meant by there's no benefit or honor in being a stepfather. We got some men here tonight that we're going to have this conversation. And so we're going to have the conversation right after our intro for tonight. This is Black Men Unfiltered Network, Barbershop Talk, right after this.
I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign. I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign.
I wanna be the greatest. Everybody on the fake shit. I look around and feel like everybody is the fakest. I make this every day and I'm impatient, hoping one day I blow up from the basement. Statement, the top is so vacant. I don't hear shit that I think is amazing. Waiting for my day when I'm playing sold out shows for 1,000 faces. Hey, give me that crown, get in my way and to be put down. It ain't your place, all this my town. If I want that shit, then I'll get it right now. I'm losing it, the noose that fits. I'm losing shit, a stupid myth. You choose to live or choose to dip. You choose to fight or lose your grip and lose a gift.
I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign. I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the
no mercy in this world, just hunger-thirsty persons in different versions. Each new update, that shit worsens. Why? Pull back the curtain and you'll see the different vermin. We all have different burdens that all seem to cause disturbance. Yo, so do me a favor, don't treat me like a neighbor. Don't need the different flavors of your problems just to savor. I've got my own issues, I need a comb to get through. Don't need to groan with you, just go get your own tissue.
I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here tonight at Barbershop Talk with the fellas in the building tonight, man. We got a cast here for your ass tonight. We got Grooming and Reviews. Tyrus the Warlock is out of retirement on your asses. Our Pain is in the building tonight. Trey is here tonight. Come on. Trey Ferg is here tonight. We got 2 Treys, all right? So we got Trey, Tyrus. We got all these T's. I don't know about these working on a Thursday or a Tuesday in a thunderstorm. I don't know. But anyway, thank you guys for being here tonight. We got Our Pain in the building, but I don't even want to say his name yet. He just got to eating. We'll talk about that later. JT is in the building tonight. My guy Lost in Translation. Listen, we're gonna have a wonderful show tonight. But Our Pain is our elder. And I love having Our Pain on Mondays. He's always sending his ideas. We work together to create great content for him. And I think he's done a great job. So he's our elder and we respect him. And so before we get into the show tonight, I want to give the rules of the barbershop. And nobody is more fitting to do that than Cedric the Entertainer. Here we go.
Wait. Hold on here. Is it the barbershop? Is it the barbershop?
Yes, it's
the barbershop.
Yes.
But, I mean, we can't talk straight in the barbershop. Then where can we talk straight? We can't talk straight nowhere else. You know, this ain't nothing but healthy conversation. That's all.
You gotta tell who the park down.
It ain't nobody exempt in the barbershop. You know that. Ain't nobody exempt. You can talk about whoever and whatever, whenever you want to in the barbershop.
Why you gotta tell?
All right, those are the rules of the barbershop for us men to be here to have this conversation. Now, I want to get back to what I was saying about Our Pain being our senior, being our elder in this space. I appreciate him. Now, most of us bump heads with him sometimes. That he's the boominator, so sometimes that boominator comes out and you know he does his thing. And so I want to acknowledge Mr. Our Pain tonight as being a great elder. He has his own show. He's married. He has beautiful children. He's been a stripper before. He's an engineer by trade, and so I just want to acknowledge him as being our elder because he gives us so many scriptures, so many things that we can read, so many things that we can take from him. And one of the things that we've taken from him is the most famous verse out of his Bible, Our Pain, chapter 1, verse 33. And it says this:
The toughest things any man has ever done is turn down a nice piece of willing, steaming ass piece of pussy.
Thank you so much, Our Pain. We appreciate all that you do and giving us those words of wisdom. I appreciate you, my boy. I appreciate
was waiting for the shoe to drop. I was waiting for it.
All right, man. Thank you guys for being here tonight. I want to go around the room just real briefly to see how you guys are doing. How's family? How was your week? We'll start with Trey and then go to Trey Ferg and go on so on and so forth. Trey, how you doing, man?
I'm good. What's going on, gentlemen? Week is good. Broke, spending all this money on these family members and these kids.
Oh my God.
Other than that, I'm good to go. No complaints.
All right. Appreciate that. As we move on to Trey Ferg, JT, get ready to get those comments. I know they probably rolling in. My brother from another mother, JT, gonna keep us informed of those comments. Lost in Translation is gonna keep us informed on as my co-host tonight. Him and JT on Fridays, man. Us three here together. So thank you guys for what you do as well. Trey Ferg, man, how are you? How's your family? How's everything going with you, man?
What's up, fellas? What's up, man? I'm just gonna check in like this. Past physically, my body's all over the place. I'm having muscle spasms everywhere. Intellectually, I feel like I'm learning every day in these spaces, talking to other men. Emotionally, I'm always calm, cool, collected. And spiritually, I'm connected to my family, and I'm connected to this space right here, right now.
All right, man. Thank you so much. Hey, you know what? I send my prayers out to you, man. Asking, God to cover you and make sure that you are healed and make sure those spasms calm down in your body, man. So I don't know. I just want you to know that I'll be praying for you, brother, for sure. Much love to you, man. Grooming in Reviews, who looks like a Backstreet guy tonight, or look, he's in sync. In the band In Sync, baby, bye 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 bye.
Oh, I got Bone Pick with you tonight. It was still gone, everybody. BMU not the hook. I got Bone Pick with you. You might talking shit about us bald guys for right now. This is a temporary look, but when my hair is back, it'd be better than ever, buddy.
I know that's right, man. The Silver Fox. Yeah.
Hey, that's the new nickname. They've been calling me the Ghost of Spar lately, so I'll stick with it.
Absolutely. Hey, listen. So, babies out there, if you're looking for a Ghost of Sparta, make sure you look at Grooming and Reviews, and he'll take you to the kingdom. Tyrus is wearing this Browns gear. I just want to, it's hilarious. But since I saw you, Jay Speed came through, and Jay Speed saw what you had on, and he says,
"Oh, now it's starting to come out. Now it's starting to come out. Now it's starting to come out."
So,
I'm a ride or die with the Browns, bro. Come on.
So how are you tonight? Your quarterback is out. Your backup looked decent in his first couple of games, and now he looks, kind of suspicious. So I know you're probably going through it. Tyrus, how are you tonight, man?
BMJT, we are on our fourth quarterback this season.
Yeah,
and somehow we won 9 games. That's how I'm doing. I'm doing real. Let's go.
I'm with you, brother. I'm with you.
Our Pain, we already gave you your flowers, but man, we didn't hear you talk. Our Pain, how are you today, my sir?
Hey man, pretty good, man. It's a holiday season, man. It's my time of year, man. So got the ladies all lined up. I'm cooking, smoking on some lamb and some duck on Monday, and we're gonna have Christmas dinner.
Oh.
Yeah,
you're gonna have some duck. Okay. All right.
Okay, what's the pause in the duck? What's the pause at, man? What?
Ain't no pause. I just said you're gonna have some duck. You have some duck. JT, I just wanted JT, my guy here, my brother from another mother. JT, how are you tonight? How's family? What's going on, man?
Hey man, I'm good. It's Friday. You dig? I'm in here. My mom is doing well. She's in there.
Good.
Good.
She's doing her thing, and look, we enjoying this winter. So when you up here and you in Ohio or Michigan or Chicago or something like that, you ain't got no choice but to enjoy this shit, man. You ain't got no choice but to. You know what I'm saying?
Yep, you ain't got no choice. Lost in Translation. Listen, before Lost in Translation speaks, let's hear from his sponsor.
I can't help it that I'm custom made. I can't help it that I look good, smell good, can dance all night long. I can't help it.
All right. Thank you so much, man, for being here tonight. And also, I didn't give reverence to Trey because Trey had his pastor reach out to me. And him and his pastor on the same page, and he wanted his pastor to know this.
These hoes ain't loyal. You gotta find somebody.
So thank you, Trey, for being here tonight. Lost in Translation, go ahead.
'Twas the night before Christmas, and all through the house, not a creature was stirring, not even a mouse. This is my part. Hey, this is my time of the year right here, buddy. You know what I'm saying? Hey, this is my time of the year, buddy.
Man, come on.
Yes. I am glad to be here and glad to be in the service one more time. Fellas, how y'all doing? Y'all looking good as always. Glad to have you.
Looking good too,
Indeed.
bro. Let's see.
Black man, Felder, how are you this evening, sir?
Man, I'm sunshine, partly cloudy, but I am peacock proud and honeymoon happy to be on the stage with such pioneers of intellect. And so as all the haters watch from the balconies, We want to send a shout out to all of you tonight and make sure that we let you know, fuck you, and everything that you stand for. And moving forward, I just want to say Crystal Light is in the building tonight, one of our biggest supporters. Man, she always supporting the channel. She done went through every video we've ever done, short video. So thank you so much, man. We got Rob in the building. We had some good news from Rob. Rob said he got his first Facebook check today from being on Facebook. So, man, shout out to Rob. Let your boy hold some.
Let's get it, Rob. Congratulations,
absolutely. We got some beef in the chat already. Can you go up to the beef, JT? We got Either Man Williams say he can't wait to get home to get on this panel because he got something to say how great it is to be a stepfather.
Yeah. Can we get a hands up for who is actually a stepdad to begin with?
Yeah,
so we know what we're dealing with here on the panel.
Yeah, go ahead, raise your hands, everybody. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, y'all.
Oh, okay. We waiting on you, Either Man, because we're gonna need you.
Dumb question. A ex stepdad counts?
Yeah.
Okay, here we go then.
Former stepdad.
Awesome. I was raised by a stepdad.
Good. I'm about to cook your ass.
This is a layup.
Former stepdad.
Okay. It's a point of reference. So yeah.
And I just want to say, Either Man said he guessed that means he's the special guest. Well, we can't wait till you get here, Doc. Come on. He said he on his way home. He can't wait.
Special is right. Special is the right word.
Heavy on the guest. Heavy on the guest.
Heavy on the guest.
Shit is going down tonight.
Yeah, it's going down tonight. I think so I want to start with you guys. When it comes to men back in the day, it was an honor. And take heed to the message. She came up and said some great, wonderful words. And she said, a lot of women say it's in the Bible that stepdads are it pumps up stepdads. However, the Bible talks about men who takes over for men who have passed away. It does not support women who decide to just leave and find Sweet Dick Willie and Cinnamon Toast Crunch Nut Bob. They're actually talking about women who have lost their husbands to death. And so I want to start with the wisdom of our elder, our pain. Our pain when it comes to being a stepfather. Do you agree? Because back in the day it was more settled. To now in this day and time, it's horrible. And you know what we're living in today. So our pain, what are your thoughts on a stepfather meeting a woman and taking on 3 or 4 children by 2 different baby daddies? What is your thoughts?
Well, the way you couch the question tries to take away the nuance of the situation because there's levels to this shit. And if we're going to have a well-rounded conversation, you have to recognize the levels. Okay. You know what I'm saying? Maybe we don't have to dwell on them, but you kind of started out saying in the old days, my grandfather, who was part of the greatest generation, he was a stepfather. He married my grandmother. She had a son already, and she was 13 or 14 years old. I didn't even know he wasn't his son until I was a teenager. Right? Nobody even talked about it because he adopted him. My uncle's last name was Payne, and he was my full uncle, regardless of whether he was my grandfather's son or not, because he's my grandmother's son. So, but the bloom fell off the rose for stepdads as feminism made women entitled and unappreciative of men in their lives, because Black men have always been stepdads all the way throughout history. Now, I'm gonna be quick, so I know we got to go around. I wouldn't tell a single man today to marry a woman with kids. However, if you're a certain age and you have kids yourself as a man, I don't have any issue with a man marrying a woman with children if he has children as well, because they have something in common. They could blend the family. So there's just levels to this thing. But the biggest thing is I will never, ever, ever, ever tell a single man on his grind to marry a woman with children, period. Unless, the widow or that, even with that, find a woman who starts your own legacy. I would tell a woman that too, by the way. If she's single and no kids, find a guy and start your own legacy. So let me just land it there. We can move around the corner. Because I'm negative against just single men. I'm gonna land it here. I'm negative against single men on their grind, marrying chicks with 18 kids and 19 baby daddies. I just think that if she has two or one, because most likely he didn't vet that woman right, and he has no idea what he's in store for. Because men in general haven't been vetting women correctly for years.
All right. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Tyrus, jump on in there, man. What are your thoughts on the stepdaddy?
I think any man that has successfully able to go into a dysfunctional situation and make it successfully functional, men like that should be celebrated. Because it could have went south. It was guaranteed statistically, right, men, to go south for those children in a single parent household. There's men out there, plenty of great men out there who go into situations, dicey situations, however you want to describe it, and they make it work. I was raised by a stepdad. That man came into my life when I was 4 years old. That's not my stepdad. That's my real dad, and nobody could tell me different. He's the one who instilled my character, my values, my traditions, the things I believe in, the things I don't, my reading comprehension, my logical comprehension, how to turn a wrench, how to start a lawnmower, how to do all that. There is a huge difference between being a father and being a dad. That's just my opinion.
All right. Thank you for that. Trey Ferg, jump in, man. What are your thoughts on this in this day and time when it comes to being a stepfather?
Fortunately, I was blessed to have my father in my life. However, he was there physically, but mentally he had his own struggles, and it gave me a lot of insight on things I should not do as a man growing up. But I pay homage to the stepfather of that time when I was young, because those guys, without question, raised children, men or women, to be the best that they can be. Even in my own life, my beautiful wife was able to step in and be part of that dynamic with a stepmom. She instilled a lot of value. But I think for guys who were raised by stepfathers, I think that you will recognize them because they're always going to recognize the man that was able to come in and help establish them who they are. But again, the dynamic changed about 35 years ago. I wouldn't recommend it for nobody, not in this new age.
All right, I agree. Go ahead. I appreciate your comments on that. Grooming and reviews. Stepdaddy, what are your thoughts?
I have mixed feelings with this. It really depends on the woman, if she still has her ex in the kid's life or not. If they have a great father role, great. You don't have to step in. But if your father figure is a piece of shit, a drug addict, or a scumbag who doesn't even want to involve with anything with his kids, yes, step up. Be an overall model. Why not? Or you might have a great relationship with the father and you guys give both sides. There are always two sides of the coin, they always say. And I'll leave there.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate that. Who did we miss here? Oh, I got my other two co-hosts here. But Trey, what are your thoughts on, and I know you have I want you to get into that later. So I want you to hold what happened to you. Okay. But I mean, no. You know what I'm talking about when you was on this. Don't worry about it. So Trey, what are you?
That's not stepdad, right?
No. I'll say with Anissa, with her kid, but that's fine. Trey. But Trey, bro, what are you?
JT, is the armory open? I need to know if the armory is open. Is the armory open? Can I unload the clip now and come back to the armory and get more ammo?
Man,
okay, it's open. Being a stepdad, it's like showing up to a party late and helping them clean up. You didn't start this problem. And what it says to me when I see men who are stepfathers, it tells me off the bat, you could not have possibly vetted this woman properly. It's impossible. There's no way you vetted this woman properly, because there is no way that a woman that is bringing baggage with her is right to be the wife of somebody else. Mm-hmm. There's no way. It's impossible. You did not do what you were supposed to do as a man. Stepping into a dysfunctional situation and fixing it does not make you a better man, and it should not be celebrated. What that tells me is that you have an inability to create your own space and your own family without the dysfunction, that you had to go to a lesser situation and fix that one. So a lot of guys, they like wearing their capes, they like being cleanup men, fine, go do it. But the statistics are clear. Stepfathers are twice as likely to file for divorce. I want you to think about it. I'll say that one more time. Let's let that resonate for a second. Let's let that simmer. Stepfathers are twice as likely to file for divorce in a country where men hardly file for divorce. So you have already increased your odds by stepping in and doing this. The issue here has always been the same when it comes to men. We have an inability to hold women accountable. You are refusing to hold her accountable by stepping in and fixing her problems. Her problem is that she couldn't stay with the man to raise the child properly. So now you stepped in and you fixed it. Well done. Good job.
I'm at the What the hell is that?
Hey, I'm sure I'm not the only one who thinks that sometimes life happens. People just don't see eye to eye. And not everybody is just the low lives of the world.
We're going to get into that.
Not every situation is a completely sloppy situation, guys. Come on.
I actually agree.
It doesn't matter if it's sloppy or not. You yourself said it was dysfunctional. Those are the words you used.
Bro, but I make the difference between dysfunctional and sloppy. For me, those are two different tiers.
All right, y'all.
Right,
hold on. Before y'all put some sauce on that thing. Before y'all put some sauce on that thing. Come on, JT.
We're going to get into it.
Come on, JT.
Yeah.
Y'all know y'all.
I want to say this, because before Eater Man comes up here, I want to let you know, this ain't SB's show. I will curse you the fuck out on this show. This is the Barbershop. So I want to be very clear, Eater Man. Don't make this personal. You don't know my past. You don't know my history. You don't know anything about me. The same way, all I know is that you married a woman with 2 kids. That's it. That's all I know. You want to make it personal, we can make it personal. I have no problems talking about the topic, and I can stay on topic. But if you want to make it ad hominem and talk about me personally, this is going to get ugly fast.
Hey, y'all two got history?
There's only a few guys. It's only a few guys. Trey don't have history.
Never say another motherfucking word to me.
No, because you guys keep. I just saw this on another panel. I was just watching another panel. Men have a hard time staying on topic. Just stay on the topic. Attack my argument. Don't attack me. Attack the argument.
Right.
I agree.
All right, JT. Let's go ahead and round this thing off, man. Come on.
Yeah. So. Okay, what was the question again?
The question is, should a man be a stepdaddy? Should a man be a stepdaddy?
Stepdaddy.
Okay, I'm kind of like Trey Ferg. My father just always was in my life. So it seemed very strange for me when I seen my family members having a stepdad, for some of them. However, there were some of my cousins that I've witnessed that they turned out to be very good in life because of that stepdad. However, my aunties, they couldn't hold it together. They needed that man. But this was the craziest part. When my cousins got older, guess what happened with marriage? It dissolved. And the man that was in their life was kind of like when the kids got older, they didn't need him anymore. She didn't have any purpose for him anymore. You dig what I'm saying? So it made me look at this whole thing about being a stepfather, and it was more stories. I'm not going to go into them. It made me look at it a different way. However, my own anecdotal experiences really put the icing on the cake. Every woman that I've ever dated that had kids, she put me second or third or fourth or fifth. And I couldn't have that shit. And I had a problem with that shit. However, when we're talking about something that was done when we were kids, like when Tyru was saying, that's an anecdotal experience. And that was dope. It was very dope. And I think that, you know, men that do stuff like that, there's a level of honor that you can give those men. However, when we're talking to this new generation, it's not in the best interest of a man to even try to do that. One of the reasons is because their life is not put together well at 22, 21. You know, they didn't learn some of the things that, you know, some of the men in the earlier days learned. Even in my generation, we didn't learn that. When I look at the dudes that was in my generation that end up being stepfathers and stuff like that, the majority of them, the relationship failed and they ended up getting destroyed. My generation, the boomers, it was something that was a little bit different, right? But I can't see this generation of 23-year-olds, 25-year-olds that's out here having blended families. They don't even call them blended families anymore. You know, so it's at a point where now I used to be on the fence, but I'm gonna tell you, I would not advise a young man to just go out there and just be a stepdaddy. What my advice would be is you better be serious about what it is that you're doing when you're dating women with children. And then I would give them the cons of it. I ain't got to give them the pros. The pros, they see it already. They get some pussy. That's what, and they get some constant pussy. You know, but the cons of it, then they make their own decision. And I'm going to end it right there. Willing, hot, and steamy.
Boiling like lava.
Oh, shit.
Absolutely. It's on you, Lost, Lit. It's
Lost
on you.
in translation. Oh, he need. No, he need this. I'm sorry.
Toughest things any man has ever done is turn down a nice piece of willing, steaming ass piece of pussy.
I'm gonna put it like this: most men want to have their own family. Let's just keep it a buck. You know what I'm saying? Let's just keep it a buck. Now there are certain situations where, say for instance, if a wife loses her husband or something like that, that is a total different situation. I'll tell you why. Because she has been vetted to be a wife, and it just so happens something happened to the husband. That's different. Now, if you're just going out here picking up scraps off the scrap heap, don't do that. Don't do yourself a disservice like that. I'm gonna tell you why. Number one, she didn't vet the guy she was with. You understand? Number two, I doubt if you vetted her properly. Number three, people will always hide things to get what they want. 9 times out of 10, you're just a placeholder, man, until she can get over. You know, until them kids get grown and I don't need you no more. Especially in this environment, this I don't need a man environment. As soon as them kids get grown, it's a wrap, bro. It's a wrap. And I hate to put it like that, but that's exactly what it is. Every man should be the king of his own house. You understand what I'm saying? No other man should have influence over your own house. I'm telling you, I'm speaking from experience. You see what I'm saying? You don't want some other dude telling your wife what to do. How does that make you look? In the back of her mind, she's gonna be looking at you like he ain't nothing. He gonna let some other dude tell me what to do in his house. That ain't gonna fly, man. It's just not gonna fly. That's not how women are built. You know, they respect those who take care of business. And they expect you to do that. But you can't do that, man, with one arm tied behind your back, because that's exactly what it is. Number two, she has to be able to transfer authority over to the person that's over the home. How many of you guys honestly have seen a woman transfer power from herself to the stepdad and say, you have control? And I've heard so many people say in this space, you can't control. You can't protect what you can't control. And that's the truth. You see what I'm saying? And then on top of that, she's not going to tell the kids to respect you because deep down she don't respect you. So now you're in a situation where you can't control it. You're being used. As I said, your prime man years are being used to prop up somebody else's situation. I don't recommend it. I give it 0 stars. Black man, it's on you.
Well, Lord have mercy. You know, I've spoken about this before and people tried to drag me through the mud, but I was too heavy. Literally and figuratively. Oh, I can get shit out. Figuratively. I teach my boy, and I've been telling my son this for the longest. Your children are your legacy. And in order for you to have a legacy, son, you must not do what most men have done before you, but you must do what most men need to do after you. It's which follow you, and not starting a family with a family, but starting a family with your wife who has no children. No matter how good she vets, it doesn't matter, because at the end of the day, you still have children who are going to one day say, "You not my daddy." You're gonna have children. You're gonna have the father saying, "You can't say anything to my child. If you do, I'm coming to box your ass." You're going to have women who have dealt with so much psychological trauma that you'll never be good enough. There are women out here right now that says, "My children will come before you. You have no place above my children. There will be no God over man, man over wife, wife over children in this house. You will not eat before my children. You will not come before my children. My children are the most important thing to me." I've heard women say this in real life. You can be here, but you not running shit when it come to my kids. Don't say nothing to my kids. Don't do nothing to my kids. If my kids get out of line, you come get me. And we'll call they daddy. But you don't put your hands on my child. And so those are some of the things that I tell my son that you would have to deal with. You will not ever be the king of your home. You will only be the servant bringing in the food from the fields. And so I recommend I Am With You, Lost in Translation, and everybody else that says, I give it 0 stars as well. Because the only children that you'll be able to raise 100% are the children that you give sperm to, not kids that from another man. And I rest my case. Now I know that Trey had something that he wanted to say to what Tyrus was saying, and so we want to have that conversation as Barbershop. So we're gonna have it the way we have it. And Trey, what were your thoughts toward Tyrus's comments? And Tyrus, what were your thoughts against Trey? So we'll let Trey go first. Go ahead.
Yeah, that there is no difference between a father and a dad. I posted the definition in the chat. We have a really bad habit on these YouTube spaces of redefining words and reconceptualizing things so that they fit our narrative, so that it makes sense to us and it benefits our feelings. There's definitions to words for a reason, because it makes the language easier to understand if we are all working from the same point. We all have the same understanding of a word, then the language becomes easier. So you can't say, well, this means this to me, because then there's confusion. A father and a dad are the same thing.
All right. Now, before you go, Tyrus, we want to welcome Mr. Bennett, the president, CEO, CFO, manager, supervisor of the Ball Men Unfiltered on this network. And I want him to do his greeting to all the ball men as we sit back and listen. Mr. Bennett, welcome to the show tonight.
Thank you for having me tonight. And again, welcome to the 7Bs. I salute all of the bold, beautiful, beneficent, benevolent, ball Black brothers of the Black Man Unfiltered Network. Shout out to my 7Bs out there. It's good to see you guys at this just tapestry here of the follically free, giving insight in these spaces. So I salute all you brothers for carrying on. Sorry I was running a little bit late tonight, but good to be with you all tonight, and happy to be on the panel.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bennett. Now, Tyrus, you are about to address something Trey said. Go ahead.
Right. So every individual has words that have special meaning to them, and it doesn't matter what everyone else thinks. And so for me, there's a difference between a dad and a father. A father he could be just the sperm donor. He could be, he's your biological father, right? But for me, a dad is special. Like I don't walk around the house calling my pops a father. I call it, hey, dad. There's a special meaning. That's like, for me, that's just an emphasis of love because that person actually means something. That's just my opinion, though. I'm not saying anybody has to go along with my beliefs, but that's just how I believe. That's just how I believe it.
All right, Trey, you want to respond?
Yeah, man. There's no point in having a conversation if you can't work from the same framework. If he feels one way,
right?
And I feel another way,
but you're getting caught up in the word, and you and I agree that there needs. Okay, but whether you want to use dad or father, the man needs to be present. We agree, right? Whatever word you want to use, that word needs to be present.
No. Because you're
so
using
he doesn't need to be present in the household.
You're using it differently. You're saying
dad or father.
Are you gonna let me answer the question
in the
or
household?
Are you gonna let me answer
No,
the
I'm
question
asking you a question and you refuse.
I'm going to answer
dad
it.
or father.
Are you going to let me answer it or not?
I'm letting you
Let me know
answer.
when I can answer.
Go ahead.
The way you are using the word is substituting anybody, because you can see anybody being the dad and the father. You just said that. You just said, in my opinion, I consider this person to be that. That's not what I'm saying. Right. I'm saying use the word correctly in its definition. A father being, it is his child, as in it's biologically his. And in that particular case, yes, the fathers need to be in the home. I'm not talking about stepfathers. You're talking about stepfathers. I'm not.
You're caught up in something I just described as a personal belief that has zero effect on the actual conversation. Because whether or not I use dad or father in the household has nothing to do with the fact that we both agree that that man, whatever you want to call him, needs to be present in the household.
Like I said, we can move on, black man. We're never going to be. We're never going to be there. He sees it one way, I see it another. Jeez. There's no meeting ground for us because he sees father as whoever steps in. I see father as who is the biological actual dad. We're never going to agree there.
That was never a point of contention.
It's my point of contention with your words. Your correlation of father and dad.
Okay.
They're the same to me.
All right. That's fine. That's perfect. We can still converse. You see what I mean, Trey? That's fine that you want to go like that. I don't have a problem with that. So why are you so hung
We're
up
just
on
wasting time at this point. Go ahead, JT.
Okay, man.
So hold on. Me and my father, we had this conversation. It was funny that and it surprised me that my father actually was still thinking this way. He had 9 brothers and sisters, and it was 4 of them were his half brothers and sisters, right? And so I was talking to him and my mom about this, and I was like, we was having a conversation, and I was telling my father, I was like, well, those my aunties and uncles on this side, those are your, pops half brother and sister. And my father was like, no, those are my full brothers and sisters. And I was like, no, pops, that they're not. And we had this conversation, and it was kind of like what you guys are talking about right now. He still looked at them as just my brothers and my sisters. What I was telling him was that that wasn't. It was like my argument was not meeting what he was thinking until he actually thought about it some days later when he said, okay, I get what you're saying now. Because what he was saying was that I don't care what nobody say, that's my full brother and that's my full sister. And I was like, but not really, because they had different fathers. And so when he really understood what I was saying, and he seen that I had no, it wasn't being pretentious, but I was trying to just make a point. And, in the conversation that we was having. And it's kind of like what this conversation is right here. It's like both of you guys are right, but like what Trey is saying is that, no, when you looking at it from a lineage point of view, it matters. And it has nothing to do with us. It has everything to do with our lineage. When somebody wants to find out what their lineage is about and how their family was orchestrated or anything, they have to know the truth. And that's all it is. So I understand exactly what Tyrus was saying, because what you're saying is that man have made a motherfucking difference in my life. I consider that man to be my father. What Trey is saying, though, yes, I understand what you're saying, but what I'm talking about right now is that we're talking lineage, blood. We're talking about that. So that's the only thing. It's not really even an argument. It's like both of you guys.
JT, that's what I was saying. Like JT, that's exactly what I was saying, though. Trey can believe that. That's like me. Both of us are somehow Italians, and yet I'm criticizing Trey based on how he makes his spaghetti instead of the fact that he's still feeding his family. What's the bigger picture here? You get what I mean? I don't care how he seasons his spaghetti as long as he's feeding his family. Yes, it is.
Yeah, that's not my argument.
About how I use dad or father in the household. That has no effect on this conversation.
It does, because the conversation is about stepfathers. There's a reason why the word step, step is placed in front of it. The step is placed in front of father to denote the lack of biological connection between the two. It is there for a reason. You can't just say, "Oh, skip the step. That's my dad. That's my father." It doesn't work that way.
Father-in-law, sister-in-law.
Hey, can I jump? Let me jump in here with JT.
Hang on, R-Pain. Hang on. Let us have this conversation. In-law.
This is not a conversation.
Tarus, why do they say in-law? Why doesn't the woman just say, "That's my father"? Why did she say, "That's my father-in-law"?
He's arguing about the seasoning instead of the fact that we.
It's because you can't argue that point. There is no difference between a father.
First off, I've already
and
made
a
the
dad.
argument.
They are the
Bro,
same.
okay,
By
if you believe that, that's
they are
fine.
the same.
I don't. That's
but
fine.
you
if
feel
believe
because
that.
the way you feel differently, you can't redefine words because you feel differently. I feel like it should be like this.
Because
That's
I can
crazy,
do whatever
man.
I want in my own household, just like you can.
Black man, let's move on. If we're gonna have a conversation,
I tried to move on.
If we're gonna have a conversation based on words and how you feel about them, rather than the actual definition, we might as well stop right now. We all have to be on a baseline. We have to understand the English language. We can't just make things up because of how we feel.
You know what this sounds familiar, Black man? This sounds like
JT about something he said, please.
This sounds like using dad as a pronoun. You know what I'm saying? Hey, have you ever heard of a half dad? You know what I'm saying?
I guess this is why they call you lost in translation, isn't it? Right?
I'm telling you, man.
One of the things I wanted to say to JT when
you were talking to in a sentence, please.
When you were talking to your father, right? One of the things he didn't say to you is that you can't characterize how I want to talk about my brother and sister. Right? Because I think you were overstepping your boundaries. And even though you were right, like I have a half brother and sister, but their both last names are Payne, right? They have children, but their children are my full nieces and nephews. Doesn't matter who their mother was. We share different mothers, but their kids are my nieces and nephews. No half fucking thing, no nothing. Just like my uncle from my grandfather adopted him, but he's still my full uncle because of my grandma. So these little nuances and shit that, we can decide how we want to split them, and that might be fair. But if I was a pop and I have my brother and sister, no, I don't. I would defy anybody to tell me that my brother and sister are not my brother and sister because of the relationship I have with them. But I do understand the distinction. But it ain't for you to tell me that.
Let me tell you why. Let me tell you why.
We got to get Mr. Bennett in there. Let's get Mr. Bennett first because he came in.
Absolutely.
But you see what I'm saying? I'm not attacking you, but
this is a good thread. Let them flesh this out. I'm good.
Point.
Okay.
I wanted to make this one point. So what we were talking about was, I remember what the conversation was about now. We were going around, and what I was doing was that I was going to my family tree, and I went on Heritage, right? So when I'm going on Heritage, on my mother's side of the family, I'm finding everybody. I mean, I got the census, I got birth records, I got death records, I got all these different things that I have, and stuff that was coming out where I was like, I didn't even know this person was who they were. I'm thinking this person was my cousin, and I found out this is my auntie, right? I found out this is my auntie. So on my father's side, it stopped with my grandmother's parents. And I'm like, fuck. And this is what we was having the conversation about. So what it started coming around with was people were on my grandmother's side of the family. They were marrying my grandfather's side of the family. Like this was in Mississippi and Tennessee. They were doing this. And so that's where the conversation came. And the conversation was that we have to start naming people for who they are. And the only reason why we say have and things, because it's just English. This is just what it is. We got connotations and denotations of it. What happened with my father was that he was attached with his emotions and not actually listening to me. It took him some days, and he started to understand exactly what I was telling him. This is why I'm saying, like, what Trey and Tyrus is talking, I understand exactly what Trey is saying, because we're not going to be here. We're not going to be here. So who's going to be able to say, let's go out here and let's find out who was who? And that was the only thing that I had.
Hey, JT, before you go, Arpan, because I want to add to that. My sister, about 2 years ago, went to my grandmother's house and literally pulled out every photo book that she had, which was a lot of them. You know, they took a lot of pictures back in the day.
Oh, yeah, they did.
And she went through all the photos, and she wanted to start to label them because my grandmother is the youngest of 12, and she's one of 2 remaining. So we want to start to get this stuff labeled so we know who is who as we go through this. What I loved about what my grandmother did is she was very specific in the relationships of the people in the family. If they were blood, she would say this person is blood, or this person, we adopted them because they mama ran away, you know, when they was down in the country. She let us know who, yeah, that's your cousin, but that's not really your cousin because their daddy left. She was very specific in letting us know who is related and who isn't. There are these words that we use, we have to get past, well, this is that, because then there's a lot of confusion that happens. And then suddenly it becomes more about what we feel rather than what is actually factual. I'm not taking anything away from Tyrus and the role that the man played in his life. That's not what I'm trying to do. I'm simply making the point that we use words in a way that makes us feel better when in actuality they are being used incorrectly.
Okay, can I say something now? Can I say something now? Let me just say
hold on a second, Rose. T-Pain, R-Pain was next.
Yeah,
sorry.
because listen, I keep the family tree for my family. I know exactly what you guys are saying. That wasn't the point I was making to JT, because I believe you're correct that these things need to be right. I had a cousin who had 3 sons from 3 different men, and nobody knew who they were. But when I went to her to get the family tree together, she said to me, you know what, I'm going to tell you the truth of who their real fathers are. So I know what you're talking about when it comes to the truth. And so you're right. But all I was saying, and my stupid little point is probably not even worth saying again, because JT, I understand where you were coming from. It's just at the moment when you were talking to your father, he just didn't want you to make the distinction for him.
You're absolutely right, because I feel bad. I felt bad having that conversation. So you get it right, because I felt kind of like, it's like, because I love them so much. It's kind of like with my mother and my father, because I love them so much. Sometimes I just don't do the whole argument thing, even if I'm right. Sometimes I just,
but that was the only point I was trying to make. But you are absolutely correct about getting it right. But I was just saying that he might not have been in the space to accept what you were saying. That's all.
It took him a minute to figure it out, but he came back to me. He was like, all right, I get what you're saying now. So,
Let me ask a question to the panel, everybody, because this question has been not question. This comment has made to me when I was in a relation once. If a child, two childs, let's say, came up to you, both of them said the same thing. You're more a father than my own father, and you do more for me than he will ever do in his life. What would you say to that?
That's good. Appreciate it. You know what I'm saying? My whole thing is I think everybody in situations like this get in their feelings. There's an emotional connection and attachment that you have with one person, and then there's a legal connection that is an attachment. Because say, for instance, if the father has an estate and all of a sudden the stepchild says, oh, I'm entitled because I felt like he was my dad. He was the best thing that ever happened to me.
Shit.
The judge is going to tell you to
You ain't getting shit.
kick rocks. And if he
Pretty
had kids
much.
anywhere else, that
That's
biological,
like Marjorie
No,
Hartley took care of that, though.
they're
and
going to
we
roll with
meet.
the biologicals. You see what I'm saying? So that's
Yeah.
why it's important that men guard their loins. I know we don't like to talk about that because it feels good. Ain't that right, our pain? It feels so fantastic. It's hard to turn it down. You
See,
know what I'm saying?
here's my thing, Lost. And
But
please,
at the
this
end of
is
the day, fellas,
no.
it's on us. It's on us. Let's be
Real
real.
quick,
Here's my
lost in
thing,
translation. You're absolutely correct. However, in most families, when it comes to stepchildren, the father legally adopts those kids.
Not all the time.
No, but in those marriages,
I'm telling you what the judge.
no, I'm
the
saying
judge said.
in those marriages that they do legally adopt the kids. In those estate cases, yeah, it does go to the kids because those are his adopted kids, right? Those apply to the marriages where they didn't legally adopt the kids.
Right.
You know what I mean? We got to make sure that we understand there's a bunch of different tiers to this, guy.
Truth, I will grant you that. However, most guys don't adopt stepkids.
They do not.
Because I'm gonna tell you why. If the biological father's still around, he's not gonna allow it.
Exactly. There you go. You got to have a biological father
and the
on
biological
board.
father supersedes
There we go.
whatever the stepdaddy wants to do. He has to be able to give up his rights.
Exactly.
And most men ain't gonna do that.
Lost in translate. Not only that, but the if he adopts that child, he gets put on the hook for child support.
Exactly.
Yes.
Welcome
It's
to
also a bad
2023,
idea.
baby. Well, they can take you
So
down.
a lot of
pretending
men
to
are
be
not willing to
dad.
step up there. And I would challenge Tarus to put some statistical data,
Bro,
or
it's
facts
not
in
for
the back chat that show that.
It's not for everyone. It's clearly being a stepfather, being a step anything is clearly not for everyone, right? Like obviously raising a disabled child isn't for everyone. Not every parent is capable of that level of patience.
You're absolutely correct, sir.
However,
okay, so stop. But we need to stop acting like
emotional.
But
Listen,
we need to
we're
stop
arguing
acting
from
like
the
the lowest
emotional
of the
side.
low is the normal, guys.
No. We're
you know?
arguing from the emotional side and not the legal side. That's all that is. We understand where you're coming from, Tarus. But at the end of the day, legal precedence takes precedence over emotions all day long.
But when it comes to stepping into the family, you have to do both.
Yeah, can I say this one thing?
Isn't that the problem? Like you cannot
most people don't do
all
both.
in.
Most
And
people
that's
don't
the
do
problem.
both.
Like men need to understand if you're going to decide to do this, it's all in. You got to be 10 toes down. You can't have 1 foot in and 1 foot out because you're just going to add to the dysfunction that was already there.
You got to be 100 in it. Yes.
You got to be 100 in it. That's why I'm saying we got to make sure we make it clear to everyone involved. There's different levels. Not every stepfather went into some train wreck of a situation. Not every mom out there is a train wreck who can't even control their kid with a leash. Y'all know there's women out there who got their kids under control. Stop acting like every woman out here is busted. Like we got to stop that.
No, we're not talking about.
We're not talking about the kid though. Nobody made any mention of the kid.
But the kid is a reflection of that mother, correct?
Right, but nobody said anything about the kid. Nobody said anything about the kids on here.
But we're talking about when you're walking into
you're
a situation.
moving the goalposts, Tarus. You're just moving the goalposts.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. It is the dynamics. Let me tell you, I was on the other side, right? My ex-wife had a boyfriend, right? What she never did was let that man live with her. He even proposed to her and she denied him, right? She never wanted that man to be closer to my kids than me. Even though we were going through what we were going through, she was like, I'm not dating. I'm not doing none of this shit until they get of age. Then when they did get of age, she was like, I can't still do it because I don't want another man to be closer to my children than their father. And during the time that we was beefed out and everything, and what she did was not create a situation that she seen as her being a kid, because she knew what she had to go through as a kid, and her mother had a husband that wasn't her father. So she didn't want my kids to have to deal with none of that bullshit. She seen what she saw was the dynamics. And the problem with that is that when we have children and we break up and we're trying to be back out here in these streets, it's not going to work. It definitely really won't work for a lot of these women that's out here. That's why they're having the problems, because if they got a man that's worth his salt, he's going to look at the dynamics of it. She can be a beautiful woman. She can have beautiful kids. But if that man sees that dynamic and that woman actually sees that dynamic, they're going to have a meeting in their mind. This is why you will have people that say, no, we ain't got to get married. We'll just date or whatever. And then once the kids is on their own and getting ready to go on their own, this is when they start having marriages and stuff like that. So this is dynamics. This is not about bashing women or bashing men. It's about the dynamics. And you said something that was very important, Tyrus. Man, you got to be 100. You got to know that you're 100 in it, because this is not going to be a normal type of relationship. Ain't no man they would have had problems with me. You put your hands on my fucking kids, you got a problem with me. She knew it. So she said, no, I'm not even going to go that route. My ex-wife was crazy as hell. I ain't going to even lie. That's my girl.
Yeah, she was JT, listen, she was a real one. She was a real one. I'm going to tell you why, right? The whole dynamic today is the women are running the children away from the fathers who don't even get to talk to the children anyway. I bet if you go around all these YouTube from Florida to New York, but what I'm saying is, this is the greatest time. Being a stepfather, you got to look at two things. You got to see what that baby daddy come from too. Because if the baby daddy come from the streets, then that could be a messed up thing anyway.
Now you in some bullshit.
Yeah. And the greatest thing your mama, your ex-wife did, make sure her kids knew, like, you the man.
Yeah,
see what
he
I'm
don't
saying?
mind he don't mind doing the bid. And if it come down to it, if she got that type of guy, then you might not want to be in that situation with her. You better know what the fuck you're doing when you get in that situation.
Not to mention, we haven't even talked about the fact that the guy's still busting down his mother, the woman. She gave the guy a baby, man. He's still, for a lot of those women are still getting bust down by that guy, man. You know,
but our pain from the younger part, young guy now, because there's a lot of young guys they coming up in this mess. And my message to them is this: if you're a father, if you're a young man, you're 18, 19, 21, again, you can go anywhere in the world after 21. Do not have no children out of wedlock. Do not do it. I'm trying to check. Listen, that's worse.
Let me jump in. Let me jump in here for a second.
Go get some skills.
Kill a nigga, because our pain went the way he
Find
just
you a woman.
busting a woman down. He make a nigga mad. I could just imagine you, my friend. You be like, nigga, but he's still in your woman's cheeks. He
from the chandelier.
Or a steak, in his opinion.
Sugarcoat that. Let me tell you, a woman who cheats on a man, you got to believe that she's giving him everything she's not giving you. And if you believe anything else, you're an asshole.
Arpain, I'm gonna add to what you said, because I believe that. I'm gonna add to what you said. I believe that a woman will bend the rules for a man she truly likes.
Absolutely.
And I think that if she is with you and she cheats on you, or she's with that man, she's gonna give that man 100% of everything. You couldn't put the penis nowhere near her lips. But he got it down.
Drinking, she's doing everything. He's begging her. Oh my God!
Yeah,
man.
you can put your penis nowhere near. You couldn't put your penis nowhere near a breast. Oh, don't touch my breast. My head hurting. But with him, he's Advil. I'm telling you,
aren't these situations though, like
No,
these are very one-off situations. Come on. Obviously, we're gonna tell men to stay away from women like that, but like, come on, man.
Prepare
Like,
the
that's not
2024.
Tarus, have you ever been to side? Have you ever been to side piece? Hang on, RP. Hang on, RP. Tarus, have you ever been to side piece?
RP crazy.
Yeah, you ever been to side piece?
Tarus, have you ever been to side piece?
Now he can't hear.
No.
See, that's
You
why.
said no.
That's why.
I can't hear what.
All light skinned
No, I think he said no. You said no, right? You said no, right?
Yeah, no.
Okay. Well, let me give you. I'll give you some anecdotal evidence.
Side
Because I was a
piece
side
101.
piece for 2 years when I was stationed in New Jersey, and first of all, it was the best time of my life. Let me just say that it was simple. Right? I could focus on me.
Chandelier.
I could get the cheeks and send her home to her husband. It was amazing, right? And he knew about it. I met him. We talked. We sat down. We shared a beer. Everything.
God.
He was perfectly okay with it. He was perfectly okay with it. I met him. When I tell you,
So
that there
you're
are
the
things
dude
that I
that
could
we
do.
tell.
There are things that I
You're
could
the
do
dude
with
that we
her.
tell our daughters to stay away from. That's
There are
you.
things that I could do with her. I'm making a point. See how you can't stay on topic? Relax. The point is
I'm on
that they are talking about women who do things for certain men. I'm explaining to you that this is a real thing. That this is a real thing because I was
Dude,
that
you're
guy.
not telling me something I don't know. The only thing I didn't know was that you was that guy. That you were a home wrecker.
What?
Like you're Joey.
I didn't
What we
wreck
call
the
it in the
home.
military. Like
I didn't
He
wreck the
opened the
home.
door. He
They
didn't
never
wreck
got
the home.
divorced.
Yeah.
They
It
never got
takes two to
divorced.
tango, though, right?
Jody
They never
Consensually
got
two
In
to
this
divorced.
case, it
tango.
was a three-way.
Yeah. So
Hang on. This is my problem, and this is why I go so hard on y'all married people.
bro, you are a self-admitted side piece.
Let me finish, bro. Relax.
Dude,
This
I'm
is why I go
fine.
so hard on y'all
You
married
just
people.
don't let me respond to your nonsense.
I'll let you
him
respond if
finish,
you
man.
let me finish my thought. The reason why I go so hard on married people is because when you guys get married, there's an arrogance about y'all. There's a thought process that you have reached a plateau and that you have somehow done it right. And you believe that the way that you did it is the only way to do it. And that is wrong. You best believe that there are people in this world who have open marriages and they are perfectly fine.
Sir,
They are
you
perfectly
just
happy.
argued
And
with
just
me
because,
about
let me finish. Let me finish my thought.
You just
Let me finish my
argued with
thought.
me. You
Let me
no, no,
finish my thought.
lost in
Let
translation.
me finish
He
my
just
thought.
argued with me.
Let me finish my thought.
He just
Let me finish
argued
my
with me
thought.
for 5 minutes
we're gonna give you time
about
to
me
cook.
letting him
Hold on,
believe what he
Tarus.
believes in, and y'all
No,
want to say let him
Tarus, we're gonna
finish.
let you cook. Tarus, we're gonna let you
No,
cook.
you don't, because I was
we
supposed to
gotta
respond
let
last time,
Trey
and you
finish
kept
his
it
thought,
moving,
man.
bro.
We're gonna let
We
you
gotta
cook.
let Trey
Tyrese,
finish
I
his
swear.
thought, and
No,
then
y'all
after
not.
that, we're gonna let
The
you cook.
difference is I'm not changing words. I'm talking about real life situation. You are changing words. There's a difference. What I am talking about is real life situations. And I understand. That's why I asked you, have you ever been a side piece? Because if you did, you would understand this concept. But because you've never done it, it sounds foreign to y'all. There are people out there who are married who know that their significant other or spouse have a side piece and they are perfectly okay with it. They are perfectly fine with it. Is it a majority? No,
fine.
it is not a majority. But
That's
does it happen?
fine.
Yes, it does happen. Go ahead.
That's fine, Trey, if you were perfectly fine with always being in second place. I am not, okay? I like winning.
Damn.
I don't like participation trophies. All right,
Tarus,
I'm sorry. So anyway, now can I please respond? Can I please actually respond?
Come on, Tarus. Come on.
Like, dang.
Come on, Rue.
The issue is he has so much smoke for me, but he's not listening. I don't care if you call him dad or father. I care that there is a man present in a household which is currently empty of a man in a household. Have I not made that clear, gentlemen? I don't care if you call him dad, father, pops, whatever. I understand the difference between stepdad and stepdad on legal paperwork. JT, I got to fill out medical paperwork just like you do at the VA. That's obvious. What we're talking about is the same way, JT. You call your girl babe. I can't call her babe. Even though the book definition is what? That doesn't matter, right? Because that's how you do it in your household. Those are the words you use in your household with your person that nobody outside the household can dictate, correct? Did I not tell Trey I don't care what he calls it because we want the same thing, a man and a household, and yet he cannot let that go? Why?
Hey, I want to go back to what Trey was also saying, because it's something, man. It's something that you guys are missing with each other, where the shit is not correlating. Because I'm listening.
Because they
to
the
both
same age. Because they the same age, JT. Ask them.
but I'm listening to both of them, and I'm agreeing with both of them. But it's like they're missing each other's point. I don't know what the fuck. But I want Trey to go, because Tyrus, I understand exactly what you're saying. Trey, I'm just trying to find out where you guys are.
JT, the point is where we're headbutting, there's no reason to head point because there's no point of contention. There's no one who can win this argument because it's all about what words you use in your own individual household. No one wins this argument.
It ain't about the words.
Hold on a second.
JT, obviously nobody was listening. Obviously nobody was listening.
I want to hear
Nobody
what you
was
said,
listening
Trey.
because I stated my point of contention.
Trey,
And it's very clear. It's very clear that you guys are hearing what you want to hear at this point. Because I was very clear in my contention with the fact that father, because his statement was there's a difference between a dad and a father. That's what he said. And I said, no, there is not. They are the same. That is my point of contention. And I use the fact that he is being emotional and using his feelings to dictate that.
Trey,
that's my point of contention.
I told you that's
if you actually
fine.
listen to what I'm saying,
Trey,
I was very clear about my point of contention from the very
I'm
beginning.
okay with what you believe. Think about that. You are mad that I'm okay with what you believe in.
Hold on a second, gentlemen. Tarus, I'm going to make this. Allow me to translate. Okay. Tarus, say for instance, your wife.
Don't get lost.
Hold on. No. We finna clear this up. Tarus, say for instance, your wife has to go out of the country for 3 months. Okay.
Right.
And she comes back pregnant.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Damn.
Now, the child that you have 9 months later, however long it's going to take for it to come out, will you allow that child to still call you dad?
No, because I'm out.
You what?
I'm out. Lost in translation.
Why?
Lost because that's clearly not my kid.
No, but he can't call you dad.
I'm not raising that child. That's
But
not my
at the same time, that's
bro. You just described a situation that's not a stepdad thing. You just described cheating and affair.
You can adopt him legally,
bro. And you know what?
If
If there's people who do that, I would not do that. If there's people who do that, fine. But that's not what I'm saying.
That is
not what
he's not saying that.
But he can still call you dad, right? He can still call you dad, right?
No.
I'm just saying. He can still call you dad, right?
Bro, for jeez.
You're twisting it around, dude.
No, it's not. You're still legally married. Your wife had a child on the side, a little sweet potato on the side.
Still your wife.
Right.
Still your wife. Legally, that's your kid.
That's your kid.
Yes, if you decide to stay.
No, it ain't got to do with.
Yes, it is. Lost in translation. If I decide to get a divorce, it's not my child. Like, stop it. Lost in translation. Now you're just making a hypothetical that's not even legally possible.
He's looking
if
at
I
it morally.
leave in a divorce,
now
that's not my child.
Now, to be honest, now we done moved the emotions to the side, and now we legal, huh?
He's only
what we're doing. Is that what we're doing? That's all that Trey was trying to say, man. That's all he was trying to say.
Again,
does it feel different?
How does that help?
Does it feel different?
No, it doesn't. Because how does that help? How does that
Wait
help?
a minute.
You know what's crazy? You know what's crazy?
Yo, wow.
If you're a person right now who you think you're a dude right now and you're listening to this, and man, you just fell in love with this girl, you got feelings for her, you know she's got a good head on her shoulder, you know, just like me, while these guys are describing the worst situations, well, my real dad lived across the country, so my stepdad never had to worry about him showing up, you know, like most kids don't have to worry about their real dad showing up. So anyway, when you're able to freaking,
I don't know if that's true.
can I go? because y'all ask these questions and then y'all don't let me speak.
No, I'm sorry. I just wanted to. When you said most, I don't know if that part is true. Go ahead.
This got to be tough for the men listening to this because you're falling in love with this woman who you know is a good woman, and yet you got a panel full of dudes basically clowning you for thinking like, dang, man, she's a good woman, and I really like this kid. But then they're going to see Lost in Translation clowning you. They're going to see Trey clowning you. Right? Like, that's got to be tough, man.
What
That's
you won't see is Lost in Translation taking care of somebody else's kid.
Yo,
what you
but
won't
let me-
see
bro.
is Lost in Translation making a
and
baby
guess
out
what?
of
Lost in
wedlock.
Translation.
You know what I'm saying? That's what you won't
no
see.
one forces you, right? No
You
one's gonna
doggone
force
right.
you.
Hold
Okay.
up, Tyrese. Tyrese, that's the point you was on. When it came back and the woman was pregnant after she'd been out of the country, you said adamantly, I'm out. That is not my child. Which I agree with you in that capacity. I totally agree. See, the last point you was looking at it morally because your moral compass is Trey was giving you the logical, what the truth is answer about father and daddy. It's a difference. You live the daddy-father experience. Trey didn't. He says it all the time. So he had other people influence. He had the big uncle influence, the granddaddy. See, brothers got those different type of influence in the community. Now you was just
Big Trey. I'm sorry for cutting you off, but you need to admit this. Did I tell
I
Trey?
can't admit nothing.
Big Trey.
I'm not. That's not
okay, Trey. Okay, Trey. Well, can you confirm this?
We passed that. We passed that.
No, clearly you haven't because we're clearly talking about this. Big
No, I'm
Trey,
talking about.
Did I not tell Trey that he's allowed to call him whatever? That wasn't a point. Did I not say that?
Yeah, we got to move off that goddamn point,
yes.
man. We got to
Yes, you
move
said
off of that.
So
We got to
what I'm
move
saying,
off of that.
we talking about is it a good opportunity to be a stepfather in today's 2023 to 2075? Is it a great opportunity? Yes and no, because the same dude that's trying to get the baby mama, baby daddy may have relatives. His sister could be a baby mama. He had them little crazy nephews, just vice versa. So what it is now, it's time for the 30-something-year-olds to take over, being the truest guy they can be. Go apologize to people that made you mad. That people, if you was in the game, you was in the game. You out. I'm glad you made it here.
Well, wait a minute. Before either man goes, I gotta say what I gotta say real quick. Let me just say this real quick. That Ruth said something. Wait, just relax, either man. You said something about if you're a young man looking at this panel right now, and you got a woman that you like and she has a kid, we're making it sound bad. If we can shake him, he shouldn't fucking marry that chick. If he could be shaken by this panel, then he has his own doubts. So he got to get that shit straight. So my whole thing is a man who's single without any kids, if you fall in love with a woman who has a kid, make sure you marry her for the right goddamn reason. And make sure your responsibility and authority is solid before you do it. I mean, it's as simple as that. Everything else is bullshit. If you don't have authority with the responsibility, either man's going to come up here and give us some horse shit, but you got authority in your household. And if you didn't, then shut the fuck up if you don't.
All right, hang on. Let me jump here for a second. Let me say something.
Like that,
so when I was in a relationship and I was in love with her and I was going to marry her, I was king in the house. What I said when I went in the house, I put those kids in line. So I determined curfews. I determined, you got to do your chores. The little punk ass kid was like, I'm not doing my homework. He turned around one time, told me, my dad. Guess what fucking happened? He lost his fucking teeth almost because of me. And she sat back, just do me a favor. Make sure you take out his rest of his teeth in the process.
What? His daddy must not be in his
Hey,
life.
Groomy, you were married to this woman?
His father showed one time.
Made a clear
Groomy, you were married to this woman?
Who's the king of the household? That's what grooming is saying. That made, when you got a woman like that, makes a clear understanding. That kid now knows who rules that household.
Now let's get Mr. Bennett real quick.
But
Mr.
a
Bennett,
husband, though. I mean, I got some pushback on that. I mean, you come in as, again, like it's been said in these spaces a lot of times, we measure victories by marriages, not engagements.
Mm-hmm.
There's kings and queens of the engagement thing. So for someone to try to assert authority and you didn't go through with the process or whatnot, I got a problem with everybody.
because nobody should be pulling that kind of rank unless you actually go through with the transaction. So that
I agree, Mr. Bennett, but I assumed we all was talking about post-transaction here.
No, he's saying he's
ain't nobody getting married like that.
He's engaged to the woman, and he's defining these rules and pulling rank and whatnot without that even being established. I mean, that's to me, that's very problematic for anyone.
Fiance's gray area, right?
Doing that.
Ain't no gray.
Let me inform you the whole story. Transaction. So
10 toes
we
down,
got
baby.
engaged, I told her, listen, we have to put some ground rules down. I'm like, okay, what are you talking about? Her kids were like running amok. So, you know, the father was never in the picture. She told me literally when she was giving birth to all 4 of her kids, guess what? He was at the bar hanging out, doing nothing. He was never at any of that stuff. So when I came in, I go, this is what I need to see if we're going to move on with our relationship. X, Y, and Z. She goes, okay. So X, Y, and Z happened. So all this stuff, like he was failing his classes because he was staying up all night playing Xbox. I have an issue with that because guess who's the fucking idiot paying the bills? Me. I was paying the rent. I was paying.
But you're paying the bills for someone who you're not married to. I mean, that's understood, but I'm saying, but that's problematic. I mean, you got a lot of people playing house and not going all the way through with it. So I mean that.
Oh, we were going through it. Was the other reason why our relationship ended.
You didn't go. Look, there's like being half pregnant. There's no such thing.
Them bills got paid in full though.
I'm not paying bills. I'm not paying bills. I'm not setting curfew. I'm not doing anything unless we actually, like Ric Flair said, you got to walk that aisle, style and profile. So
that's right.
Walk that aisle, that's not.
That's right.
So I'll speak to that, But as far as just a general topic, I did listen to most of the commentary on the way. I think certainly in today's age, I'll go with what Trey F was saying. I think in today's climate, I don't think it's a wise move. But from a historical standpoint, I think that saved a lot of us. That preserved a lot of people. Because again, we're talking about coming out of a trauma where families and lineage and all these things that we're talking about are broken up. The fact that we have to go through all these hurdles and DNA tests and look at records or whatnot to establish our families or whatnot is problematic in and of itself. So I think people just hooked up just out of survival, just as a people, just given the situations that we were in. But now we're under different circumstances where, again, that's not something that you do not have to choose for yourself. And with the legal implications of it, certainly that was something that I didn't want. I made it very clear that I wasn't interested in dating a woman with children, and I got a lot of pushback for that. But that was my criteria. All right, that was my preference, and I stood 10 toes down on that. So as great as the woman was, I found that out right away, and that I let that be known. So in today's climate, but at the same time, look, I'm not going to stop an adult from being an adult. If that's something that you want to do, if you're not being forced in, if you're doing it for the right reasons, it can be a worthwhile thing. I've seen it done in the past. But again, just because something works, it doesn't necessarily mean it's necessarily wise. But again, people also learn from experience. And I have no problem with, I'll give you my 2 cents on it, but I have no problem with people learning from their own experience and taking lessons. Because at the end of the day, that's ultimately going to be the best teacher, no matter how much we go around this table talking about, what men should and shouldn't do. Some things you just got to learn on your own. And so I'm not going to stop a man from doing that.
See, I agree with saying, but here's one thing most of you guys don't realize. Now these days, if you're single at my age, at 38, 37, 40, 41, 42, whatever, it's so hard to find a woman that has 0 kids. If you find that, that's one.
I guess you better get busy, buddy. That's part of the game, bro.
No, it's not. I disagree with you. I'm 38. I'm the same age as you. I have 0 issues finding women who don't have kids. I disagree with you.
Around our age.
And I'll tell y'all this.
I disagree with you.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on a second, Trey. Hold on a second, Trey. First of all, I want to go ahead and welcome Freezy to the game. Welcome, Freezy.
Appreciate you.
I want to welcome Either Man to the stage. You know what I'm saying? I didn't want to go too long without acknowledging, but go ahead, Trey. I want to make sure we welcome our brothers to the stage.
It's a thing I'm gonna say, and I'm gonna shut up. Listen, brothers. The guy that was raised with a stepdaddy back when we was young, and brother Arpane was a little older than me, and my brother Bennett, he was the same age. Man, them dudes was going up to be 6'5", running 4.8 40s and ruling the world out here today. So you a good dude and you can find a good woman with a little kid and you go in there and you got to talk your business and show that business and make her understand that everything within your spot is protected. If she can't protect it, get away from it. She's out there, got everybody in y'all business, man, get away from it. Don't touch it. You go in there and it smell like feet, get away from it. Go out here and you can create your own destiny, but if it ain't, get your skill set up. Stop, you know what I'm saying? Get your skill set up, man. Learn how to sew, man. Y'all brothers can sew. Y'all can do all that shit. Braid each other's damn hair. Y'all got the best hair, the women hair. If y'all braid their hair, make their hair grow. But what I'm saying is, we standing still. Now's the greatest time, man. You 35, 30, 28, 21, man, go live in the world. Go live in the world. There's beautiful women everywhere. Make sure she on your program. Make sure you got your money in order. That's all you got to do. By the time you 30, between 30 and 50, man, you'll be able to retire. But if you do it sloppy, chasing this BS out here, you're going to be broke. Don't do it that way. Don't have no children.
Do we get freezing?
No, they just want to talk to each other. Let them keep talking.
We're gonna get them. We're gonna get them in. What up, freezing? What up, freezing?
Man, I agree with Mr. Bennett, man. I did a show the other day. I was like, these women are hard enough to, you know what I'm saying, to talk to, entertain, and to control in the marriage. The reason why it's hard to, you know, to get through to the women is because they're already of age, right? They've already been conditioned a certain way. It's going to be very hard for you to get a woman on your page if she's not already been groomed by a father and a mother with morals, you know, with a moral standard. So what I tell guys is, if a child is of a certain age, 10 years old, 15 years old, 17, you're going to have hell on your hands. And I know it's a lot of guys with good hearts out here, right? I get it. But I'm telling you right now, if the mother ain't right, the child ain't right. And how often do we have these conversations that these hoes ain't shit? I'm telling y'all. So
say it again. They what?
These hoes ain't shit.
These hoes ain't loyal. You gotta find.
So what I'm saying is that I'm not knocking stepfathers, but if you do go into a situation like that, you know, it's better. That's why I agree with what Mr. Bennett said. It's better if the child is impressionable. Like if the child is like 2 years old, 3 years old,
Toddler, man. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's better because now you can have a legitimate hand in molding that child, and the child will respect you more. But if this child is like 9, 10, I'm telling you, you're gonna have a hard time. And I'm not saying you're not gonna have good moments.
Right.
You're gonna have good moments, right? I was on a panel a year ago. Shout out to Tommy B. And I got a homeboy in real life. Him and his baby mama not together. My homeboy is a principal. He ain't no thug. He a principal. And he went over to his baby mama house and had to straighten his baby mother's husband because his baby mother's husband felt the need to spank his daughter because his daughter was acting bad. The principal went over there and told that man, if you touch my child again, I'm telling you, he said he's going to go over there and there's going to be some furniture moving. And he was going to try his best to whoop that man ass. This is a principle. Y'all don't want I'm not saying you're going to get your ass whooped, but why do you even want to fight in the first? Listen, what I'm saying, I'm saying save yourself, gentlemen. Okay? I'm telling you, focus on your purpose, focus on your life. Try to meet women in your network, you know, purpose-driven women, you know, and then, you know, if they do have a child, ask them how old the child is. I'm not putting it completely off the table, dating women with children. I'm just saying, pay attention to how old these children are. I'm just telling y'all, pay attention, because it's the mother's responsibility to actually interject some type of male figure in that child's life, whether it's an uncle, older brother. It doesn't have to be a stepfather all the time. You understand what I'm saying? I'm just trying to save y'all from a whole world of fucking headache, because it ain't gonna go the way you think it's gonna go.
You shouldn't have been talking shit.
And now for the star of the show, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage, the king of stepdads, E, the man here on the Black Man Unfiltered Network.
So obviously, a lot of men said this was a task that couldn't be done, and it couldn't be done. So I went to conquer this task of being a stepdad and became the king of all.
Before you start, because I know y'all get everybody mute. Everybody mute. We're gonna let him have his say, and then everybody can get him. Everybody mute.
Why? So first of all, I don't expect people on baby daddy frequency to understand stepdaddy frequency. It's two different levels. It's two totally different levels. You make baby mamas, stepdaddies take care of baby mamas. It's two different things. And I understand that you just don't understand a person like me. But let's break this thing down. First of all, I believe that I have an obligation to the community. I know a lot of you guys say that you ain't part of the community. It's cool. I mentor young men on a normal basis that I did not produce into this world. Because you know what? I want to make sure that this world is a better place. Now, I have never told anybody to become a stepdad because I understand something really simple. This is not for the weak. I'm not scared of no baby daddy. All these dudes are talking about the baby daddy gonna put their hands on me. I'm not scared of no baby daddy. But it is benefits to being a stepdad. And I want to actually talk about these benefits if you want to talk about it. First of all, when me and my wife start having a conversation, first of all, if you don't agree with marriage, you're not going to agree with being a stepdad. Because the one thing that's required for you to be a stepdaddy is that you to get married. So if you're against marriage, of course you're going to be against the actual stepdaddy mindset regardless, right? But the first thing I remember having this conversation with my wife, I said, you know what? I don't think stepdaddy is into my future. It was her responsibility to show me why she was a good enough woman and what value this was going to bring to my relationship. You know, the first thing she told me, she said, hey, I'm telling you right now, you'll never pick up a dish in your life. We got kids. You know, another thing she told me, you'll never wash your clothes a day in your life. She said, you know what? Regardless if I can cook for you that night, I got these kids that also can prepare meals for you too. I heard what Freezy was talking about. Freezy was making this statement that if they 10, they already lost. What if they was already raised correctly at 10? That they already had the morals and values that you would actually teach. Why do we always gotta go to this doom and gloom and it must be everything wrong? These same men on these exact same panels are the same guys that says that if that woman is trifling and all these different things, we wouldn't even consider her marriage material. The woman gotta check all the boxes before you even consider taking on her kids. So these kids can. I'm gonna land here because I don't want to go in a long dialogue and I want to actually have a conversation tonight. I'm gonna land here. Some of you guys, some people can have Michael Jordan on their team, and they won't. Some of you guys can have Michael Jordan on y'all team, and y'all won't win a championship. But as a stepdaddy, I'm Pat Riley. And I know how to get the best out of every living person in my household. I'm the best. And so when you talk about what I can get out of these kids, what I can get out of these women, I'm just telling you something totally different. My life is good. And I'm happy to be the stepdad to the best kids in the world. I'm just going to land.
Okay, now.
Merry Christmas, bro.
Now,
I'm
before
glad you're here.
everybody goes, I want to get everybody in. So, Freezy was shaking. I'm going to go start with Freezy first. Freezy, what did you agree or disagree with what the king of stepdad said?
We got to stop watching these Disney movies. You know, Either man, I salute you. But most of the time, these kids aren't raised right. That's the problem. That's the problem. 9 times out of 10, if the child was raised right, they would be in a 2-parent fucking household. What part is this is you guys not missing? It's missing. That just X out everything Either man just said.
I love that, Freezy. I love what you said. Let me just respond to that. You're saying, Freezy, hello, you said all these baby daddies on the panels, just because they ain't married their wife, just because they created these kids, those kids can't be successful. That's what I'm hearing. No, because you said 9 times out of 10, if they didn't get married, if it wasn't a 2-parent household, right? So that means these baby daddies ain't doing right. If that's what you said, Freezy.
Yes, probability.
Okay,
listen what I'm saying. Listen what I'm saying. The probability of a child being taught correctly is best with a 2-parent household. I don't know why this is French. We say this all the time on these panels. Listen, what I'm telling you, I'm not saying a child can't grow up successfully with the household split apart. But guess what's going to be different, Either man? They're going to have your Disney World ass come in the house too, and it's going to be a third party. It's going to be some confusion. And I'm going to tell you something. The child, a smart child, let's say Trey is the child's father. That child is never going to actually look at you as they father, bro.
I get it. See, listen.
Never. Hold on. Listen what I'm saying. We gotta tell these. Hold on, Ethan, man. We gotta tell these guys the truth. That child is not going to actually, like, dog. The only time that child gonna be happy is when you buy their ass something.
Cool. Let me respond to what you said. First of all, as a stepdad, if you try to get some validation from a 10-year-old to call you daddy, your priorities messed up anyways. So when you talk about this thing, confusion, see, the difference is me, my wife, and the kid's father can sit down in the room and have a conversation. We're adults. We can talk about the future and where we're going as a unit. I know that sounds crazy and people can't even imagine that, but it's time that we sat down and we had these conversations and we came to a mutual agreement. Hey, sir, what happens in your house happens in your house. What happens in my house happens in my house. That's the rules. So he don't never call me, say, I heard this happen in your house. And I don't never call him. We talking about what happened in his house. What happened to people actually having the ability to be adults and have conversation? Why do we always got to live in this chaotic world that we got to fight and we got to be so crazy all the time?
Either man, what I'm telling you is, I'm not saying it can't work. I laid out stipulations in my first soliloquy. I laid out the child has to be of a certain age. It has to be impressionable. But there's no better situation than the child actually being biologically your own. You know why? Because there will never be another man that's going to interject any other type of ideals, values in that child's life but you. But if there's a stepfather, right? If I'm the real father and you're the stepfather, you are trying to implement a certain level of discipline in this child's life. When the child come to me, I'm telling my child, man, damn that nigga. Listen to me. It's
You see how we
confusion.
always got-
Listen what I'm telling
you see how we always got to go to chaos? Listen to what you're saying. See, when you say that a stepfather can't have a bigger impression than a real father, I look at people like Shaquille O'Neal. I see people like Shaquille O'Neal, and he say, I wouldn't be the person I would be today if it wasn't for my stepfather. We got a messed up ideology that we think that just because y'all share DNA, you're the best father for the child. It's not true. We see great people after great people after great people accomplish things because they had great men in their lives that wasn't their father.
Where was Shaquille O'Neal's real dad? What was he doing?
I don't know.
Thank you.
I don't know. It wasn't important.
This is what I'm trying to tell you, bro. You're moving the goalposts. I'm telling you that if the biological father is present, which we already stated, and I heard you stated too, Edie Man, that most black fathers are present in their child's life, whether they're with the mom or not. I heard you state that before.
So listen, my whole argument is they should be present. I'm not arguing that the father shouldn't be present. I'm saying as a grown man, I should be able to sit down with a grown man and have an adult conversation on how we're going to raise some kids. I get it that y'all feel like in y'all circles it's so chaotic, and that cannot be realistic. But that was before any dude decided that he's going to be a stepdad. The first question I say is, have you had a conversation with that real father? Have you sit down and had a heart-to-heart with him? I get a lot of these niggas scared of other niggas. I wasn't one of them. I sat down and have this conversation. And if you got a guy who talking about, if you're going to beat my child, this, that, and the third, that's not a good deal. But if you got somebody who's like Freezy, who can think logically, and we can sit down and have a heart-to-heart, man-to-man to see what's best for these kids, it's a possibility. I'm not saying it's the best option.
Okay, Edie Man, when I met my woman, she had a 2-year-old daughter. The only way it worked, and she knows this, one, her baby daddy was a 100% deadbeat, and her child had to follow my rules 100% of the time. Two, there was no communicate. My wife didn't communicate with her baby daddy. It was minimal. It was minimal. I'm not going to be in a situation where the baby daddy and the baby mama, they still super cool and friends and talking on the phone. No, I'm not going for that shit.
Freezy, you are not, I'm sorry, Freezy, you are not up here talking slide into a relationship, into a household. You're a successful stepdad, and you out here instead fear-mongering on a panel. Why?
Freezy, you a stepdad?
You an example of why it works.
She's 20.
Freezy, are you a stepdad?
No, she's 23 now. The daughter is 23 now, so she's gone. She's living her own life. She's actually about to get married.
Did you help raise her,
Yeah.
Freezy? Come on, man. Let's
Hold
move
on, no,
Are you
Trey,
serious right now,
you're
bro?
not gonna.
Bro, you're a
hold on, wait,
story.
wait,
Are you serious, bro? You decided to make that
chill,
entire
bro.
argument, and you're doing it.
No, chill, Trey. That's why I know you have to listen. Hold on, listen. This is the problem. This is the problem with
the next person.
This is the problem with a lot of these panels. This is the problem with a lot of these panels. You guys don't like to listen. I said earlier, I stipulated that yes, it would be better if the child was of an impressionable age. When I met my wife, her daughter was 2 years old. You niggas don't listen.
He did say that.
Can we move on to the next person?
Fucking listen.
Can we move on to the next person?
No, we're not going to move on to the next person.
Your argument is hypocritical.
You niggas just want to be right.
Your argument is hypocritical. Can we move on?
No, we're not going to move on because I'm telling you.
Hold on, brother.
You're doing one thing,
but you're right, though, brother. You're right.
Different.
You're right.
Listen,
You're right.
Trey. I'm talking about Trey Ferg, the sensible Trey, because this nigga just
listen, brother, you're right. Both listen. here's you right, because in your experience, you experienced a situation like that, and you came in being the man that you are, and you took it, and you see how it's excelling. Now, either man, your brother, you good. You in a typical Afro-American home neighborhood man trying to do either man. Your argument is this. Now, I understand your wife is of another culture, right?
Sure. Yep.
Okay, so in her culture, her children were already groomed before they met you. Now we looking at it. So when we look at it on African American, if you meet a sister today, more than likely the father ain't been in their life, right?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So now we're moving forward. So hold up. She came to you. She already said, "Listen, this is already the rules of our culture. You won't have to work." And she took that and she made a man out of you. Then you sat down with their father, who probably wasn't a nothing. He was a nug in their culture, just like the brothers are that we call them. So nobody's exempt. He's a man. You went to the military. You're a big guy. You seem like a big guy. You were simping for her, just what it was, but you became her husband. So now you're a great stepfather. But on my brother's side, it's the same thing. Y'all both become stepfather, just like her kids were young when you met her. And his kid is a baby. I don't know what he called a stepchild. Child was a child when he met her, and he sat down his law. Now he's doing his thing. Same thing. Same thing.
What we do is we throw these words out. So help me understand what you mean that I was simping for her. What did you mean?
When you listen, because in this diaspora, we tell our young men that why would you date a woman with 2 children?
Hold on. I want to get the dynamics because I learned.
You married our child. We tell him.
Listen, hold on. I'm just trying to understand you, brother. So you feel like you're automatically.
I don't feel. Well, did she have children? Did she have children when you met her?
Okay, so you said that any
did she
man,
have children when you met her?
I hear you, bro. I'm trying to have a conversation.
Yes.
You're saying any man that deals with a woman with children will be considered a simp. That's what you're saying.
That's either man. That's what the African American brothers call each other when men do that.
No, I'm asking what you're saying. I don't want to know the African American.
So what I'm saying, I'm just. It's a good-hearted brother if she got children, but if she's out there,
I want to know your opinion. If we
my opinion is that
any man
that's what it is.
Hold on. Any man that deals with a woman with kids, do you consider that a simp trait?
Yeah, if he's paying all into it 100%, that's simple. Because he's getting nothing out of it. He still hasn't established his manhood. I mean, if you met either man, just like on my brother's side, he met a woman, she's good, she had a child, he caught a baby.
You got everything out of it.
You caught your woman who cooked, clean, she's from another culture. She wasn't growing up when you was growing up in the hood back in 95 and 97. She wasn't doing all that. These sisters was out here struggling, is all I'm saying. They making the best, and the brothers are in the same spot. I allow y'all, it's a lot of good brothers out there. Y'all just got to find y'all destiny right now. You 25 and 35, man, forget all this.
I get it.
Just do what you got to do. You simp, and now you good.
I'm trying to understand because you say I was simping when she was cooking for me. She was cleaning my house. She was ironing my drawers. She was doing all these things. So if I was getting value out the relationship, the question is, how is that a simp? That's not my
hold on for a second. You know, either man, you gaslighted a lot of brothers when you came up here.
I come up here.
No. It's my turn. It's my turn. It's my turn. It's my turn.
Your turn.
I've been waiting. He got the most smoke for me. He got the most smoke for me.
Everyone gonna get a chance. Okay, come on.
Hey, Lick, can you do me a favor? In the chat, I put the definition of benefit. Can you bring that up for me, please? Thank you, sir. You said that there was a benefit to being a stepfather. Based on that definition, which is the Oxford language definition of benefit, can you tell me what is the benefit of being a stepfather? What is the advantage or profit gained?
Okay. The servants of my children to me.
What's the advantage?
The advantage is when I'm sitting on the couch and I'm hungry, and my kids go there and prepare a meal for me. My kids go in there and grab some water for me. This is a gain because I didn't have this as a single man. When the kids go in there and they serve me, they make sure that my life is easier. That is a gain to my life. Do y'all disagree with that, or do y'all agree?
No, stay right here with me. Stay right here with me, Edom, man. Stay right here with me. So
Trey, I'm talking to you. You in the box.
Are you saying that men who are not receiving that type of advantage or that type of benefit, should they not be a stepfather?
I feel like you should not be a stepfather if you don't gain something. I'm not telling people to be stepfathers. That's not what I'm doing. I'm saying you should put the information down on a piece of paper. If you feel that you got enough to gain that makes it worth it, you should consider it. Matter of fact, I'll go on record saying if you can find everything you want in a woman and she don't have kids, you should marry that woman. I'm not saying that being a stepfather should be the first choice. Let's be clear. But people have a problem with the choices we made. When we say, hey, man, I couldn't find a woman like this. I couldn't find a humble woman like my wife that was humble and willing to. Do you know how
let's stay on topic. We're talking about stepfathers. I get it. I get it. Your wife is great. That's fine. But let's stay on topic here.
So yeah.
My point of contention is that at some point in time, these children are going to age, and they're going to become adults, and they're going to leave the home. What then would have been the benefit, or is there an expiration date on stepfathers? For instance, if the child becomes an adult now, and so let's say they're 30, and they call you and they say they need something because you've always been there in that stepfather role, do you then go out and help them even though there is no benefit and or advantage at that point?
So listen, that's a great question, Trey. I believe regardless if your kid's biology connected to you or you are step parent, after they become adults, you don't get any gain from that. I know we paint this picture that just because this is my biological kid at 30, they're gonna give me some kind of value back. I don't look at parenting that way. My job is to raise you up into this world that you can defend for. But let me. I only can do what I think is going to happen because my kids are still under 18. I have embedded my kids into my business. They understand how to function my business. One thing that I think that my older daughter is going to do is they're going to teach my younger daughters, which are my biological kids, how to effectively run the business together as a family, right? So I do think that they're going to be trainers. They're going to be mentors in my business. My two oldest daughters make me an extreme amount of money because they work into my business, and it saves me so much money that I don't have to outsource.
Hey, can I ask you?
Hang on, Freeze. You had your time. You had your time, Freeze. You had your time, right?
I just want to ask you one question. How old were your kids? How old were the kids when
you had your time, bro?
That's all I want to ask you.
So, if I remember correctly, my oldest was like
take your goddamn medication. Shit.
No, it's not about medication. It's about just etiquette. When you were up here and you were having
I
this
just
fucking
wanted to ask,
conversation,
bro, you was talking while I was up here, bro.
Just wait like I did.
Trey,
just wait like I did.
You was talking when I was up there.
Wait like I did.
Did you forget you was talking when I was down there?
Let me out the box. Let them two talk.
Like I did. Why can't you wait like I did?
Fuck.
Why can't you wait like I did?
Do you remember you was talking when I was down here too?
No, while you was having a whole diatribe. No, you wasn't. I didn't say a word. Until he came up until Tyrus said that you were a stepfather. That's when I said something. Is that right or wrong?
Nigga, don't say nothing. By your rules.
No. You were done. The conversation was over. You were a hypocrite at that point. It's time to move on. It's time to move on. You're a hypocrite. Your entire argument is null and void, and you have no more credentials.
According to you,
can we bring Edom Man back up? Because I wasn't done with him. Can we bring Edom Man back up?
No. Let's
can we bring Edom Man back up? I wasn't done.
So you was a side chick, right?
I wasn't done with him.
So you was a side chick, right?
Can I talk to Edom Man?
So the woman you was a side chick for, she had kids.
Can I talk to Edom Man?
No,
she didn't have kids.
No, she didn't have kids. To the community. She didn't have kids. You the reason. You the problem.
Okay, I'm not gonna do this. I'm not gonna Black man. I'm not gonna give you the clip, bro. I'm not gonna give you the clip, bro. Either bring Edom Man back up, or we moving on.
You the problem, nigga. We need to dismiss you.
Got it. Yep. Good luck on that.
Nigga.
Good luck on that. See if you can get it done.
We need to dismiss your ass.
You can't do it. You can't dismiss me. You don't have that kind of power, punk ass. You can't do shit about it but scream into a screen. All you can do is scream into a screen. That's all you can do. Fix your glasses, Malcolm X, because you can't do shit about it.
Bring me the water bottle. I'll take the water bottle.
Now, Eater Man, where you go? Come back to me, Eater Man. Thank you. Because here's the thing. Here's the thing. I am adamantly against men being single fathers. I don't think there's any benefit to it. I don't think they win at all. And I think what you guys are doing is you are absolving women of problems that they created. Majority of these women who are single mothers are of their own doing. They put themselves in position.
Hey, Trey, hold on 1 second. I gotta adjust greatness. Thank you, the best stepdaughter in the world, for bringing me some water. I appreciate you serving me today. Have a good day.
That's also something I wanted to address. Your benefit and your advantage is that they are handling domestic work in the home. That's what you cited. When I asked you what was the benefit and what was the advantage, you said that they bring you water, they cook, they clean, and that's things that you no longer have to do. Am I right or am I wrong? Is that what you said?
Yes, 100%. This is cold water too. She didn't give me the hot water.
So they effectively took the role of your wife, is what you're saying.
No, my wife still served me too. I know.
So you have the wife and you have the stepkids doing the domestic work.
Questions, Trey. We can have a conversation. No, I have multiple women serving me. I know some people used to one woman in the house serving them. I have.
So you have more than one person over 18 serving you in the house.
Oh, no, I have multiple women serving me.
Well, that's what I'm asking. So you have more than one woman over 18 in the house.
Okay, cool. Kid, I have kids serving me. I know.
This is the point I was trying to make with Teresa. You guys use words the way you want to use them. That's not a woman. It's a child. Let's be very clear. So you have a woman who is your wife serving you, and then you have children. And the only way that they would have been able to get into the situation is if they served you.
Yes, I believe that a man should bring.
I'm done, black man. You can take.
I'm glad you're done. So listen, I'm not telling you. Let me respond to him. Hold on. Let me respond to what Trey said, because he said a lot of stuff. I'm not telling dude to sign up for a bad deal. I'm not telling dudes to get one, because everybody keeps talking about the bad women. And like every guy keep going back to whether she's a bad woman.
Sir, you married the woman so you can have maids and domestic duties. That's what you signed them up for. I just asked you. You said, yeah, they take care of the domestic duties. You didn't say any other benefit or advantage. You said domestic duties, bringing you water, cooking and cleaning. That's what you said. Those were your words.
You have no idea what I was about to say, Trey. I promise
you. It doesn't matter. You already said it.
It doesn't even matter. See, that's what you showed, that they really don't want to have a conversation.
Black man. You can put somebody else.
I literally tried to have a conversation.
This man married a woman so that he could have extra maids and extra helping hands in the home. That's what he did.
See, listen, this is why these women think this way. Black Man Unfiltered. Now they're maids.
You said it.
Hold on, no. Trey, you're not in the box anymore, Trey.
What was the benefit and advantage? And you said that they bring me water.
Shut the fuck up, Trey.
And the example that
you ain't in the box no more, Trey. Shut the fuck up.
Bringing me water.
Shut the fuck up, Trey.
I didn't use that example.
But Black Man, listen.
You married that woman so you can have extra helping hands around the house.
Listen.
Hey, if you want extra helping hands around the house, go marry a woman with kids. That's what they do.
Hold on, I need to make a statement. Hold on, I'm gonna make the statement first. And I told Black Man Unfiltered I'm answering everybody questions. I cleared my schedule out. I had stuff to do. I was hanging out with my stepkids, and I came over here for y'all niggas. So let's have a conversation. This is the point that I'm telling you. The whole point that I'm telling you guys is this right here.
Lost.
This is why these women talk like this. This is why they think they're maids. This is why they think they're slaves. Because anytime they start doing household duties, they start cooking, they start doing these things. We have men on the panel.
These are your words.
They're slaves.
You said your wife was hiding your drawers.
You
said your wife was hiding your drawers. You just tried to troll by having your stepdaughter bring you a bottle of water.
I'm in the box.
You just tried to troll by having your stepdaughter bring you a bottle of water.
Chill, Trey.
That's
I'm in the
no, I don't
box.
have to do shit. Shut the fuck up. Don't
Okay,
tell me what to
Trey,
do. Don't do that.
You don't understand. I grew up in the barbershop.
No, you
I
tried to
just got
troll.
to the barbershop.
You tried to
I grew up
troll
in the
by having.
barbershop. I've been
Listen,
doing
if
this
I
for
want
a
more
long
help
time.
around the house, I'll go get a single mom. If I want more help around the house, I'll go get a single mom because that's apparently all you married her for.
That's not.
Then explain it, because I asked you. I asked you what was the benefit or advantage of marrying her, and you talked about domesticated work.
Listen,
That's
Peter,
what
man,
you did.
you came up here and you actually opened that goddamn door by what you said. You gotta eat that shit, man. Stop it. Wait a second, man. You've been talking. You came up here and you said the benefit. Well, see now, if you ain't gonna let nobody talk, then you would. Then you're disingenuous, goddamn it. Said the benefit. Wait a minute, man. Let me fucking say what I gotta say.
Listen,
I mean,
I'm just telling you. Hold on. Listen,
no, man. Come on, you said it.
Listen, I'm gonna let you get mad. Yeah, I like. I'm not mad,
but you just talking bullshit.
Listen,
You're disingenuous.
Hold on, I'm about to just set the parameters. Just in
set
your
the fucking
statement,
parameters for me.
Listen, in your statement with a question, so I know when to start listening.
I came up here before you came up here, Edom, man. I said there's nuances to this whole thing. You opened the door about slave thing. Nobody else did. You opened the door by saying the benefit was that you could put your feet up and then picking your toenails and shit like that. That was you. Nobody said that shit but you. You got to eat that shit. Stop it. That's one. Two, you didn't marry a black woman. You married a fucking woman who's probably beautiful, but she's already got culture. She's got all kinds of good stuff. She got all kinds of things. So for you to say that that's different than marrying a regular Western black woman, is that the same? It's absolutely not. So by not marrying, what I do now?
No, you got 2 points. You got 2 points. Go ahead. You winning. Go ahead.
30 love.
Lose their points.
30 love.
Let them finish. I'm sorry that man interrupted you.
Listen, Edom, man, I'm not against what you did. I mean, you made your choices. Like I said, I started the whole conversation for me that there's levels to the stepdad stuff.
And I'll be
right. Okay, so there's levels. So, but when you said you were saving the community, some guys could have took that and say, well, you didn't marry a black woman. What community are you talking about? All right, so that's one. That's two, because of the slavery thing.
Love.
We did not tell black women to be slaves to us. You brought that shit up. You did. Wait, and here's another thing. Then you went on to gaslight the rest of the brothers who are not willing to be stepdads. You gaslighted them first. You used sign language and all that shit, man. I mean, I was listening to you. And listen, I mean, I'm not against you. I don't have any problem. You have a household. It sounds like it's working for you. And even though, and here's one thing for Freezy. Listen, I knew he had a stepdaughter at 2. It makes a difference how young those kids are.
Thank you.
It makes a difference. I mean, everybody
my water getting low. You know my water getting low. Go ahead. Finish.
Don't you ever say another motherfucking word to me.
It makes a difference. See, I'm not even talking against you, brother. See, I'm not. You know, I'm just saying your words are what we're parroting back to you. And I don't have any problem for Freezy being a stepdad to his daughter. 2 years old makes a difference. So my only thing, and I'm gonna leave it here. One more thing you said. Okay, listen, you talked about this relationship with the stepdad, and y'all had a kumbaya moment and shit. There was a content creator, and she's pretty damn good. She said one of the reasons why women get ruined by men who get them pregnant and cut out, because those men don't give a shit about the woman. They just want to have access. They don't. It doesn't mean that they're stroking them, but they always want to have access. So some men with their women don't want no other man having access to their woman. So whether she's cheating on him or not, the fact that some motherfucker could call up and ruin my goddamn evening, is something I don't want. I don't want to sit down and have a kumbaya moment with another motherfucker about my household. I mean, serious. I mean, listen, so that's not to disparage women or disparage you or any other stepdad, because I started my conversation saying black men have always been stepdads. And it started becoming bad as feminism took hold and women started adopting bad fucking entitlement kind of shit. That's all. Right? And every man, when you talk about vetting your woman, you vet your woman. But here's one thing black men do badly is vet fucking women. We are bad at that in the best of circumstances. So when a woman has kids, I can't imagine how bad that shit really is. So that's all I have to say, man.
I asked you nicely to end with a question. You didn't come while we was in the box. Black Man Unfiltered. What was the whole point of us being in the box if you was just gonna make a statement?
Well, why can't I make a statement? Who the fuck do you think you are that you could tell me I gotta ask you a question? I wanted to make a statement. I wanted to make a statement.
We should have been.
You can't respond to my.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Call for your mama.
You didn't ask me a question, and I was able to converse with you without a question. You can't talk to me unless I ask you a question. I mean, come on, man. You're being disingenuous all the way around, man. You heard what I said. You got an opinion on what I said. Am I right? Am I wrong? You don't like it? What?
That's why he went to trolling, because he got nothing else. I've been on panels where
shut the fuck up, Trey. You ain't in the
box. What the fuck you gonna do about it?
Either man. Would you let one of your stepdaughters?
What you gonna do about it?
What the fuck you gonna do about it?
What's he mad at?
All right, dog.
Nothing. You ain't gonna
funny,
do shit
actually.
but sit there and keep talking to the fucking screen.
You childish.
No, you fucking childish. You upset because you got called out. You were sitting there sitting on a fucking fence like Humpty Dumpty, not being able to pick a side because you a goddamn stepfather. You should have just been honest about it and said, I'm a stepfather and I don't know which way to fucking go because I raised the kid. Just be honest.
That's what I said.
You sat there the whole fucking time. No, you tried to make it seem like it, but the truth of the matter is that your motherfucking ass is the same as Eat Man. You agree with him.
Okay, I'm gonna wait till you finish.
Go ahead.
First off, I like to say you dumb as hell. And then another thing I want to say is this.
Two people can listen to us
and
let them figure out who's the dummy, the dummy between the two of us.
I'm gonna let you finish.
You ain't got no choice but to let me finish.
Who's the dumber, a stepdad or a baby dad?
You childish, man. Very.
Hold on. So you guys wifing up baby mamas is better?
Let me know.
You guys wifing up baby mamas is better.
Let me know when you're done.
Get the fuck out of here. Y'all are clowns, bro. You guys take the worst fucking women in the worst fucking places, and then you put your fucking cape on, and now you guys think that y'all doing something out here? This is why I don't fuck with y'all married dudes. Because every time y'all get into a place where y'all think y'all top shit, you're not top shit. You rescued a woman. You rescued a woman who wasn't shit. She wasn't
don't believe in marriage.
She wasn't shit.
You don't believe in marriage.
When did I ever say that? When did I ever say that, Eat Man? When did I ever say that?
So would you get married?
No. You made a claim.
Hold on, Eat Man.
No. You made a claim, Eat Man. Now substantiate your claim. You said that I don't believe in marriage. Tell me when I've said that.
Oh, can I get back?
I know. Shut the fuck up because I never said
that. Oh, now it's starting to come out.
Shut the fuck up.
Now it's starting to come out. Now it's starting to come out.
Let me say this. Trey,
hold on. I can suspect.
Hold on, Eat Man. Because I'm
not in the box. I will respect the rules of the box. Okay. Sorry.
So, with all due respect, Trey, it seems like you wasn't listening. You was just waiting to respond, right? You was waiting to catch me up on something. But if you was listening, right, I was telling guys, because I don't have a problem with being transparent. I ain't got shit to hide, bro. I was telling guys from my experience, that's what it boiled down to, right? It makes a difference. That's why I said I agree with Mr. Bennett. It makes a difference when you can have a major impression on the child. If the child is 2, you have a better chance at shaping and molding this child, and this child actually, being a representation of your leadership. That's what I was trying to say. Studies show that after a child is over 8 years old, it's very difficult to actually coincide in the same household with a child and raising that child as a man, bro. And I just want to say I apologize, you know, for all that other hoopla against you earlier, bro. I know we men.
No. I hate when y'all do that shit. Y'all try to kumbaya
just
shit.
let me.
Don't do that. You said what you said.
I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it.
What you said. Let's keep it going.
No,
let's keep it going. You said what you said.
I'm
Let's
gonna
keep
do
it going.
whether you like
you
it or
don't
not.
mean it. It's a
But I'm
bullshit
gonna say,
ass fucking
no, I
apology
mean
anyway.
it. I
So
mean
let's keep it going.
But what I'm saying, this is what I'm saying, bro. All I'm saying is this. It does make a difference how old the child is. That's why I asked either man, how old was the children when he actually came into the house, or when he met the woman. That's what I meant.
Still has an answer,
right?
So Freezy, should a man willingly, purposely date a woman with children?
No.
Then why did you do it?
Because I agree with either man. When I met my wife, she was a great woman, and it's very hard to find great woman out here. Right? That's the primary goal. That for the woman to be a good woman, right? I'm not going. Listen. I'm not going to date a hoe who don't have 50 dicks with no children. I'm not going to marry that woman.
But you'll date a woman who had a child for another man that couldn't sustain a relationship?
What I'm telling you,
hang on, Freezy. So hang on, because I don't have a problem with you saying you don't want to date a promiscuous woman who doesn't have kids. I agree with you. I'm in that boat with you. However, how does being with a woman who had a child for another man, how is that better when they didn't sustain the relationship? How is that better?
I didn't say whether it was better or not. What I'm trying to do, when I first came into the box trade, I was saying we need to stop with these Disney World representations, right? This is real life that we're living. All I was trying to give a real perspective on real life with real women. It's not going to work out perfectly every time for every guy. So what we can do is put guys in the best position possible, even if the woman does have a child.
Freezy, no. See, you'll say something like that and then you'll shit on it. You'll say put the men in the best position possible, even if she has a child. No, the best position possible is to not be with a woman who has a child in the first place. That's the best position possible.
Trey, I give you that. I misspoke. You're right. Not the best situation possible. The best situation possible that for them that's confronted with them. That's confronted to them individually, right? So all I'm telling you, Trey, is this. Realistically, men are going to date women with children. Okay, that's just a fact, right? But I will not recommend if the woman has a child over a certain age. I feel like that woman should be responsible. She should just go ahead and raise that child until the child is 18, concentrating on raising that child, and after the child leaves the home, now she could concentrate on dating. Now, Trey, you will be surprised. You will be surprised with me saying this. Even in my situation, Trey, that's why I'm saying you didn't even let me finish. I am experienced with being with a woman with a 2-year-old. And guess what? If you can avoid that too, Trey. You didn't even let me finish. But what I'm telling you, Trey, is this. The reason why I accepted my situation, and I know it might sound creepish, but the father was basically totally out of the picture, right? And another thing, the daughter was 2 years old. And then my wife, she was an excellent woman. So I was like, I took a look back and I was like, it's not that bad. It's not. A man has to evaluate every situation, Trey. That's all I'm saying, bro. What's wrong with me saying that?
Well, no, there's nothing wrong with you saying that, but there's nothing wrong with me critiquing your evaluation process. And I think the issue here is that the evaluation process for a lot of men is flawed. It is severely flawed in the sense of there is no reason why Freezy could not have got a woman who had all of those same qualities minus the child. You could have found a good woman, a great woman that treated you the same way. You could have had the same relationship, the same marriage, minus the child.
Okay.
Trey.
Okay, go ahead.
I just have a question, Trey.
Go ahead.
Wait. Are you currently a father?
I am a father, yes.
of a single, and her mother is a single mother compared to social standards, right? Understanding, right? Right.
Correct.
So are you saying, and I want to make sure I understand you going forward, are you saying that a brother would you not want a brother to date your baby's mama, a man to date your baby's mama or your daughter based off their situation? Would you, if a good guy came into you, you know what I'm saying?
I've shared this story before. I've already explained to this man, because she is dating someone, and we've met. We had a long conversation, and I couldn't wait for her to walk away so I could have a man-to-man conversation with her. I made it very clear to him that this is not the situation that's ideal for him. It's not, because I'm not the father of a child that's going to sit down and have this unit conversation with you. We're not a unit.
Right.
We're not a unit.
Right.
When we were conceiving that child, you were nowhere in the room, sir. You weren't there.
Right.
It was just me and her. Okay. The only unit is her, me, and the child. That's the unit.
Right.
So unfortunately, sir, what you think, your opinion about how things should go are irrelevant. There's only two opinions about that child that matters, hers and mine. And I know her well. And here's the thing, from what I'm hearing, I don't know for sure, I have to talk to her. From what I'm hearing, they about to be done anyway, because I already knew what was going to happen here. This is a selfish woman, so things weren't going to go well anyway. I already knew this. Right. I tried to warn him by not getting into the situation because she wasn't prepared to be in this situation. I knew that for a fact, right?
So aside from that, right? So aside from that, last question. So aside from that, right? And you believe that you're a good dude, right? You believe that you're a guy of worthiness and doing all that. Can you disqualify a woman for having a child, the same situation as you, just in reverse? And you know what I'm saying, if you're a good dude, would you dismiss a woman just because of that? You know what I'm saying? Because you sort of like,
because she has a child?
Yes. Would you not date her?
Yeah, I disqualify every woman that I come into contact that has a child. I don't date women with children.
That's
right. I'm just saying
it doesn't matter.
No, I'm just saying. No, and I'm just trying to understand your argument because.
No, here's the thing. I have been on other platforms. I have acknowledged the fact that it's a double standard. I have not hid or ran away from the fact that it's a double standard. It is a double standard, but I do not date women with children, because the responsibility on me for her child is far different than the responsibility on her for my child. To be quite honest with you, thanks to a great old court system, I only get to see my child 50 days a year anyway now. So she barely gonna see the child to begin with. So the responsibility is not the same. However, if I get with a woman and we move in together, guess what she brings with her? Her child. I see that child every day. I see that child more than that child sees their own father. It's just different.
Trey, man, look, I'm gonna give you a man hug, man. Let me give you a hug, man. Come on, man, give me a man hug, man. You old grumpy ass nigga.
Can I ask a question?
It's not about being grumpy. Every time somebody speaks with passion, y'all always want to say that they're emotional.
Ain't nobody y'all nothing, man.
I've always spoke this way, even since I was small. I speak with passion. I always have. The issue here is that I have my real true issue with this stepfather shit is this just arrogance that they have. That, hey, I'm a real man. I'm doing shit y'all can't do. You're not built for this. You can't do this. It take a real man to do this. No, sir, you are not. You are no more man than I am either, man. Sorry, you are not. You simply made a different decision and a different choice in your life when it came to women, and what you are willing to accept, what your standard is versus my standard, makes you no more of a real man than I am.
All right, I guess
I
gotta get out of here.
Actually, E-Man, I did have questions for you though, not a commentary.
Oh, cool. I'm willing to have a conversation. That's why I came to have the conversation. So if you want to have a conversation, but I do want to say this. It was a song back in 2005 called "Baby Mama Love." I don't know if y'all ever heard of this song, but you should. I think we should go listen to this at the end of the show. And in this song, it said, "Baby Mama Love, I don't want to be with you, but I can't stand to see you with nobody else. I want you straight to myself. I want to be able to be with you, but I don't want you to have commitment. I don't want you to get married. I don't want you to get none of those things. I want you to live miserable for the rest of your life as my baby mama." I'm just saying we should listen to that song. That was a deep song. They've been talking about this for a long time. All right, Mr. Bennett. Hey, sir, how you doing? I appreciate you.
I am doing well. Good to see you again. It's been a while. Questions for you about your stepchildren. Have you legally adopted
No.
these children?
No.
Okay, so the question I would have then is why not?
So their father's still in their life. So I'm not trying to be their dad. I'm trying to be a support system to whatever they need, right? I think that's the key. Like people think just because stepfather is in my title, that means that I need this type of approval for them to call me dad, or I need this type of approval for them to consider me as a father. That's not what I mean.
Right,
I wanted my wife. I got you. I'm gonna answer the question. I wanted my wife. She had an active father in her kid's life, and we co-parent together. That's kind of how our life looked. So they don't need me to adopt them if their father is still in their life.
Okay, now I know you talked about how they're integrated into your business practice. If I understood that correctly, they help you manage and run your business and whatnot. So, if you're in a co-parenting relationship by the time they do become adults, what do you expect that relationship to then evolve into? And especially since I know you're about business and certainly legacy and things of that nature, what is going to be the legacy for them? Are they going to be in your will and testament, for example? Do they get full rights and profit? I mean, all the benefits of that. So you don't want to adopt them as your children, but in terms of your will and your assets and whatnot, you're willing to give them all of the benefits as if they were your birth children, and you don't have an issue with that.
Yeah. So first of all, I believe you should be. You don't be getting the will just because you're blood. I think it's some people who got blood kids that should need to kick their kids out of the will, right? Just if I'm saying if things go right. If things go right, I believe that they would build, because we have this conversations that I want to build it with my 4 daughters. My 4 daughters are pillars to the business that I'm gonna build. I think that they're going to be a very important part to where we're going in our business. So it's not going to be something I built, it's something we built together, and they definitely should get the fruits of our labors.
Right, but you're going to have your own assets as well, right? So again, in your when you pass this side, they're going to be considered equal to your birth children in terms of assets and whatnot. You're not going to make any distinctions whatsoever.
Yeah,
or it's going to be based on performance.
Yeah, because I'm gonna actually argue that they're going to do more than my birth children. In fact, they're going to pave the way for my birth children, because my birth children is 2 and 1 years old. So about time that my birth children become adult ages, they might have been working in our business 10 to 15 years, paving the way. So this idea, I get it. It's a different situation if you don't, if you guys are not working as a team and they're just inheriting something. I get that, but they have already, like I said, they have saved me so much money for not having hiring. I literally, they get a paycheck, like a salary. They're actually hired things. I don't buy them nothing. That was the deal. Hey, you work, you make a salary. It's gonna be a business write-off. I don't want to go into that, but they actually work for everything that they do. So when people say that they are burdened, how they're burdened for doing things that is actually fruitful to my business.
All right, that's all I had. The only thing I would say is, and I can certainly appreciate the point you made about certainly just because you're blood, that doesn't necessarily entitle you to certain things. If you've proven to be irresponsible, why leave you my inheritance if you've shown to be irresponsible with your life and whatnot, despite the background I give you? There might be other people that were there. I can appreciate that. But that's all I had. I didn't come here to confront you.
I do want to tell you this. I don't look at me and my wife inheritance as separate. I look at us as one unit. And I know a lot of people can't think in that way, but everything we're building. So first of all, when I got me with my wife, it ain't happening, right? It'd be different with Mr. Bennett. We'll be having a whole conversation. If I was a multi-millionaire before I got with my wife, we talking different. But we both started at the ground floor. And everything we have built over these last 5 years was together, right? What we're going to build over the next 60 years, this is my wife's inheritance, just like it is my inheritance. So absolutely, all 4 of her kids should reap the benefits of our inheritance. That just makes sense to me, Mr. Bennett.
So she had four. So she had 4 children on her own before you guys got together.
No, she had two. She had 2 kids. She had 2 kids first, and then we have 2 kids together. So all 4 of our kids is going to reap the benefits of the reward.
Got it. All right. Thank you for engaging me. That's all I had.
Hey, Eda, man, do you rank your kids like Dion?
Yeah, I do. We ain't gonna go into that, but I do rank them. Hey, they ain't all equal. I'm just letting you know. Everybody's not equal, but I do believe when I leave this world, I'm going to treat them as equal. But they ain't equal. They know they ain't.
Can I ask you this before Lit goes? Does the father of the kids, is he aware of the way the children are treated in your home?
Absolutely. We have these conversations.
Okay. I mean, I was just curious.
The crazy part about it, y'all think it's crazy that I'm going to get water? They bring him water at his house too. Everybody get water. It's just like, it's not, I'm only getting these benefits. We're teaching, like, this is our thing, especially since we're raising girls. We want girls to understand what men are expecting from women once they get married. My daughter's going to come equipped to be wise. When people get my daughters, they go like, dang, you served your husband? That's why I was so attracted to my wife, is because she was like, you know, the reason that I iron clothes, my mother made me iron my dad's clothes growing up. I guess it's just an Asian thing. But they was equipped to be wives. So we're going to equip our daughters to be wives. So all y'all trifling ass niggas can't say there ain't no good women out there. Don't worry, we'll take the challenge. We're going to make the good ones.
You better hold on these good long hair.
Calm down, goddamn it, man.
And I did have one more question, not necessarily for E-Man, but for the panel. But Trey, why don't you get your question in? I did have a general question for the panel.
No, that was my question. I wanted to know if he answered it.
Okay, well, just for the okay, go ahead, Liz. Go ahead.
Go ahead. I don't want you to lose your thought, Mr. Bennett. Go ahead.
I know Trey talked about hypocrisy earlier, but there's another type of hypocrisy, that's what the discussion's for. I see a lot of guys, for those who are willing to date women with children, or marry women with children, there's always this on one side, well, the child has to grow up under my rules, and I got to be 10 tones down, I got to be the disciplinarian and all those things. But a lot of those same guys will say, if the role is reversed, where if the mother of your children is dating someone else, then you set ground rules on how you want your child disciplined. And so I'm wondering then, how does that work? Is that not hypocritical, where, you know, you're expecting to be the disciplinarian on one end, and my way goes, but then if for your kids you want to then try to lay down the law in another man's house? I'm just trying to see how to do it. And that's only for the guys who are willing, because I know some of the guys already said, I'm not dating women with kids, so this doesn't apply to you. But for the ones who would, how does that work, and how do you reconcile that?
That was great question. That's actually a great point. So
great question.
The reason that I wanted my kids to be under my rules is that's why I married my wife. That's why you marry them. The reason you marry them, Mr. Bennett, is because so they're under your roof. I understand that divorce is a reality. I'm not trying to dismiss that point, right? So, but the second thing that happened is, say something happened and me and my wife separate. I understand if she was to get married to someone else and she took those kids underneath those roofs, I have to be able to still do exactly what I'm doing today. Sit down and have an adult conversation with another man so that we can get on a level playing field. Like when me and him sat down, I wasn't like beating my chest. I said, hey, you know, man to man, let me, you know the crazy part, Mr. Bennett? I shut up. And I said, what's kind of your future and what you see with your kids? 90% of the stuff we agreed upon. And the 10% wasn't even that important. This idea that, this idea that we're gonna be just at each other's heads, guess what? You know, they said, I want, you know, the stuff he was saying, I want to make sure that my kids have the values of how to, you know, the great values. Most men want the same thing for their kids. The 10% is not that important. I promise you it's not.
Mr.
And anyone
Bennett,
else can chime in on that also. Anyone else can answer that.
Mr. Bennett, I wanted to I just wanted to address what Edelman said earlier, as far as like he said that he believes that when the kids leave the household, there really isn't a benefit to the parent, whether you're a step parent or a biological parent, right? Am I misquoting you, E?
No, I'm just saying it's no guarantee. I was saying it's no guaranteed benefit. Just because they're your biological kid doesn't mean that you're going to benefit from them in adulthood.
Right. So I will say this, and it's funny that wake up, our pain. I will say this. It's funny that you have all girls, right? And my wife had one girl, right? I will say it is, to me, in my opinion, it's a difference if a woman has a boy. Because if the woman has a boy, the benefit, even if the father is a deadbeat father, right? The biological father, at the least, that young boy will still be able to carry his lineage. You understand what I'm saying? That's a benefit. That's a benefit. And I think about stuff like that. And these conversations can get fickle, because when you start pointing out little stuff like that, that's when women will say, well, why does it make a difference whether it's a boy or a girl? Mm-hmm. To me, it makes a difference.
And Freezy, to be honest, if my wife had male children, I don't think I would have married.
Thank you.
That's the truth.
Edelman.
That don't sound right. That doesn't
Hold
sound
on,
good.
we're gonna have to delve deeper into that. But before we do, it's the top of the hour. For those of you watching at home, this is the Black Man Unfiltered Network, and this is the Barbershop. Before we get started, I'm gonna go ahead and recognize a gentleman who's been patiently waiting. The gentleman's name is Information Man. Information Man, I want to go ahead and give you the floor, sir, and welcome you to the channel, to the show.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I've been sitting back listening to the discussion, and definitely a powerful discussion. We need to have more of these kind of conversations. I just want to say to my man, Brother Williams, I don't have a problem with you being in a situation where you married a woman that fits what you need, who happens to have kids. I mean, it's not for everybody, but I think, it's a little bit much to be on a high horse telling people what they should do or what's not going to benefit them. You're not in his shoes, so you don't know exactly what he's benefiting. We know all the horror stories because that's the first thing that people talk about on YouTube, all the horror stories, but there's certainly brothers out there that are in marriages that are either blended families. What about brothers out there who have kids of their own and they meet a woman who has kids and they have blended families? Some of us have come from blended families. Some of us were raised by, let's be honest, some stepfathers because our biological fathers weren't there. Let's keep that real, I'm not saying that it's for me. I got married. I met my wife when I was in college, which is exactly how I wanted to meet my wife. And it was my objective and goal to meet a woman, have a family, and start off fresh that way. I can understand some of the issues that guys have about women that have children because they're going to always put their kids before you. And if they've got the father around and you don't have a good understanding with the father, there could be some problems. So I understand the horror stories surrounding that situation. But on the flip side, brothers, when you are a father and you have a child that you are primarily raising, or you are in the life of your child from step one, from A to B, there are women out there who do not want to commit and get involved with men who either are raising kids or have a child in their life that they are involved with. That goes on too. So on the flip side of this, some of us are get hit that way by women who may not want to deal with us because they don't want to deal with the mother of your child. So it can hit both sides of sexes. But I think we really need to, I'm just saying this is a constructive words here. We should really stop judging and trying to make judgment on what we think a man is if he's in that type of relationship. I don't like, this is YouTube bullshit. That's where y'all get all this talk from. All of this, you know, he's a fix-it guy. He's a this-a guy. That's his situation. He might be in a situation that he loves that's not for you. So you don't want it. So it doesn't work for you. There are guys out there in that situation and they're like in hell. It's an individual decision.
Facts.
Some men make bad decisions. Some of us make good decisions on the women that we choose. And you're right. You can have a biological child and that child can grow up and give you all types of hell. I know it because I have friends, people that I know, and the kid is not doing what they thought the child would be doing because they put him in a, you know, great environment. So they think money, houses, what have you. So let's just keep that in mind. It's not for everybody. And if Brother Williams, if this brother is happy in his home life, then more power to you. And maybe you'll gain benefit from those children. You know, this is the thing that people fail to recognize too. You got a lot of dudes out here who have not produced any kids, haven't done any connection with anyone, and they're old, bitter, and dying by themselves. And when they're in the goddamn hospital, you ain't got nobody coming to visit your ass or do anything for you. So on the flip side, if Brother Williams has a great relationship with his stepkids and they really respect him, when things are not going well for you, brother, those kids will probably be there for you. When you'll have dudes that are running around and say, well, don't be a stepfather, don't be this and that. But then I have to ask you as a man, what have you produced? Are you married yourself? Do you have kids? And some of these Negroes who talk this way have nothing to show for. And them themselves will grow old with nobody to check on their asses.
Facts.
So there's two sides to this, gentlemen. That's all I'm saying. Right now, just so nobody don't jump on my throat. If I had a son,
coming at you,
where I do agree with Trey, I cannot faithfully recommend my son personally get involved with a woman who has a lot of kids and there's a lot of reckless shit going on, right? But Brother Williams, I understand what your situation is. You married a woman who comes from a culture where they put men number one. They were raised, your woman was raised as a, I know this because my wife is Filipino and black, right? She's dual culture. And when I would go over to the family's house and the way my wife, when we were together, treated me, I understood that her Filipino side of her culture dictated that men were to be held to a high esteem. And as much as I hate to say this, I must say this, that is somehow lost within our black culture today. I'm not saying black culture overall, because certainly we had it going on in the past, but today that element is missing. And I think it's because too many of our people, our women, men, everybody is running around saying they're number one. They a bad B and a bad N. Whereas in some other people's culture, it's all about family, putting the father first as the, primarily leader of the family. And so the women like that, they learn that because they watch their mothers and grandmothers, how they treat their fathers. So you might have just, brother, chose a situation for yourself where you've got someone who has the right upbringing and there's a cultural aspect that you're benefiting from. So for some of you out there, hey, different strokes for different folks.
Lost. Let me get it before you, because I can't follow you. I ain't gonna be able to follow you.
Come on, come on, JT.
All right, let me say something. We got to get my man Tyrus back here too. But let me say this: I'm looking around in this panel, man, and what I see is a bunch of engineers. I think everybody on this panel is a father. and we figured out a way how to engineer our lives so it can fit others, not so it can fit us. One of the things that I get frustrated with is the conversation when people are talking about relationships. They're talking about what I get out of it. Fuck that. You gonna get a whole lot out of it if you concentrate on yourself first. When we build our fucking lives and we got our shit going, guess what? Everything else, it falls in fucking place. So when we're talking about whether you got a organic family, or what do they call it, nuclear family, or if you're a stepfather or whatever it is, this is the thing. This is why we supposed to have these panels, so we could talk about our differences and how we look at things, right? But we all are engineers, man. Every one of us are engineers. Every man that I see on this panel right here, man, y'all got some confidence, bro, that a lot of these dudes don't have. That's why this panel is very, very important. We supposed to be able. That's why when dudes get to argue this stuff, you got to embrace that and let the moment take its course, because this is the thing. This is when they talk that alpha shit, and I ain't all into that shit. I understand it. I'm just ain't into all that shit. But I'm just saying, with men, man, when we sit back and we argue about our differences, guess what end up happening once we let it go? When we ain't got all that feminine energy in us, we gonna eventually say, I see your point now, man. Let me calm this down. And then we calm it all the way down. I've been on panels all goddamn day, and I've been seeing it happen one after the next. We don't think we doing the work. I'm telling you guys right now, we're doing the work. We're literally doing the work. With one of the things that I see with you, what you're saying, it inspires me. Now, this is the thing. I've never been a stepfather. Now, I've been dating women, and I've lived with a woman that had 2 daughters. But this was the thing. I got rid of that situation. The reason being was because I had my own kids, and I didn't feel right. I just didn't feel right about that. At that time, I couldn't be honest with myself. But once I started being honest with myself, I was like, hey, I ain't got no business being in a relationship with this woman right here and taking care of her kids. And I got my own goddamn kids. Yeah. So it's just about the dynamics, right? So what I had to do is be in that state of mind where I'm an engineer. I can't do shit for another woman's kids if I got kids out here and my kids are fucking suffering. You dig what I'm saying? And I ain't talking about suffering like they ain't got no place to stay or nothing like that, but they want their father. That shit looked crazy as hell. I did it for a small, minute moment, and I seen how my kids, they were feeling uncomfortable. And it just got to the point where I was like, this shit don't even feel right for me. So what I had to do was I had to respect not just my kids, not just her. I had to respect the whole situation, right? And I had to bow out of that. With me and her are still good friends and everything. But what I'm saying is this: we make our situations what it is, the destiny that we do it, not because we want to feel comfortable or we want to be happy. We do it for the greater of good. That's what make us engineers. That's what make you an engineer. That's what make Tyrus an engineer. Trey, Mr. Bennett, Information Man, Freezy, the other Trey, and our pain. When we talk about each other's whatever we experience, man, this shit is inspiring to each and every one of us, bro. That's why we still on this fucking panel. That's why we still talking, and I'm gonna end it just like that, bro. Fuck that. I wasn't gonna let Lost, because he about to say some fire shit, and I'm about to. I couldn't follow what the fuck he about to say, so fuck that shit.
No, I'm gonna be reasonable, because I think it's important. Here's my thing. Everybody's situation is different. And for me, my situation is different. And I'll explain to you why. Earlier, JT said everybody on this panel has kids. Well, guess who doesn't? I don't. Okay. Here's my situation. I'm 51 years old, never been married, don't have any children. So I'm not out here causing problems, making babies that I'm not taking care of. The reason why is because I serve God first before I even serve myself. You see what I'm saying? And he said obedience is better than sacrifice. And when I look at situations like this, I see men sacrificing every single day, whether it's a blended family, a mixed family, and all this other stuff. What I like to take a look at is I like to look at different situations and say, you know what, that can be avoided. You know, I'm perfectly comfortable with going to my grave, not having children and never being married, because at least I know I didn't ruin someone else's life. But however, in the event that I do get married, it's going to be on my terms. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to be able to look my kids in my eye and say, do as I say and not as I do. They'll be able to look at me as the example, which is way, way more important. You see what I'm saying? And here's the thing, another more practical thing that I look at as well too, is when we start to get in these blended situations, like say for instance, you have stepkids, right? Either man. And you have biological children. Is that correct?
Yes.
Let me ask you this. In the event that something happens to your wife, what happens to your non-biological kids? Do they go to
their father?
Their father. Is that what happens?
Absolutely.
Okay. So you've built a relationship with these children, and now all of a sudden they have to go back to their biological father. Is that correct?
Yep.
That's a tough deal, man.
No, it's not.
That's a tough deal. No. Wait a minute. I'll explain to you. I'll explain to you why it's a tough deal. Because I've been in that situation before, where if I had to relinquish a relationship with children I developed a bond with to this day. I've actually had to watch them grow up from the sidelines, watching them do what I did not teach them because I was no longer there. You see what I'm saying? Watching them get pregnant before they leave high school.
Wow.
When they didn't do what I told them to do because their mother let them do whatever it is they want to do. To me, that's heartbreaking. You see what I'm saying? Those are some of the situations that we don't talk about. Not only that, there's also situations where there's a medical need to know who the real father is. There may be a situation where
that first part before you go to your next part.
Go ahead.
So I think what we're not addressing is that we have shared custody. So they already spend half the time, 1 week on, 1 week off with their father. So It won't be weird that they got to go stay with their father now. The only difference would be I will still have that open door if they ever needed to reach out to me. So I don't think it'll be as weird as you think
But
it is.
let me ask you this. What if he says no?
I'm okay with that. Like I'm not in a situation that I'm like my feelings gonna be hurt because he want to be a full-time dad. Like I'm okay with that. Like I don't rest in my feelings like that. Oh, now he gonna have full custody. Like, because what we're talking about, they just lost their mother. Wouldn't it be selfish of me trying to worry about my feelings in this moment? When they lost their mother, I need to do what's best for them.
Correct. But here's the thing, like I said earlier, they spent most of their time with you, right?
50-50.
All right. Now, earlier you said that there was a benefit for them, for you having stepkids, they were leading the business, that type of thing, right? And then earlier you said that you would have them work the business, they would have some type of benefit, that type of thing, right? Yep. Basically, but you did not adopt them legally. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. How does that work for tax purposes?
So you saying that I can't write them off as employees?
Correct. Since they're not your biological kids, how does that work?
No, let me say it this way, right? So I don't have to legally adopt you to put you on my taxes. Do you agree with that?
I don't know. I don't have any kids, so you have to educate me on that one.
Let's just go with it that I went to school for accounting, okay?
Okay, go ahead.
We know. How about let's just take that my degree means something that's behind me. Okay. We know that Freezy that claimed his nephew 1 year on his taxes, right? We know that I can legally say that I provided 51% or more of your support that year that I can claim you. I don't have to adopt you, right? So from business purposes, we have an agreement, a legal agreement on how we claim our kids every single year.
So y'all alternate.
It's a little bit more complex than that, but yes,
as long as y'all work it out. Yeah, as long as y'all work it out, that's fine.
We are adults. That's what I'm saying. We're adults. We
Right.
We talked about all these things.
Right. That's all I want to know. Just how y'all guys work that out. Okay.
Yeah. So
now, go ahead. No, go ahead.
So yeah, so we sat down like adults, made a decision. But I said, whatever the agreement is, if I claim them on my taxes, I get that benefit. Obviously, if I don't claim them on my taxes, I can't get that benefit. And since I'm a business guy, I understand how to not manipulate. That's the wrong word. To construct this situation.
Okay. As long as it's legal, then that's fine by me. That's all I got to say about that.
1,000% legal to claim someone that you have supported. That's the law tell you. If you supported 51% or more, you can claim them on your taxes. It's not like I can take
does the father pay child support?
Yeah.
No.
It's 50-50. He said it was 50-50 already.
Right.
Yeah, no.
That can happen. I worked in foster care. That can happen if whoever the guardian is of that child.
Yeah.
Like if he stayed with you as a relative and you provide care for more than half a year.
Does the father get to write the kids off?
Well, no, because the father has to go to court or something. You know what I'm saying? It has to be worked out.
No, that's not true. I can write my daughter off on my taxes, and I don't have her all the time. I can write her off. Yeah. Because I pay child support. That's why I asked if I pay child support. If you pay child support, because I pay child support, I pay for.
If the mother agrees,
for a lot of different things.
If the mother agrees, then you're good. If the mother agrees, you're good. You ain't got to worry about nothing.
It has nothing to do with the mother. It has nothing to do with the mother.
Yes,
it's a legal right.
In Michigan, so it's different, but it's by state. In Michigan,
I'll tell you my situation.
I can never do my kids. If I'm on child support, ain't no writing no damn child support off, none of that shit. But if I have my own kids, and this is Michigan, I'm not checking with y'all.
We talking about business taxes, right? E?
No,
yeah, we talking about business taxes. We talking about business.
We're going to a very beautiful place. Let's not derail here. I promise you, it's not worth derailing here. So I am following the law legally. I want to see where Lost in Translation is going because I think he was going somewhere. Okay.
Yeah. The reason why I said that because that is a possible legal sticking point, and I think when we have these conversations, I'm pretty sure these are questions that they have in the back of their mind. And they're looking for us to say, hey, look, this is how you navigate this situation if you run across it, because it is a possibility. It's like somebody said earlier, there's a lot of chances that the woman that you may meet may have some kids. And if you're going to do that, then these are some of the things that you may need to consider. You want to give men an option to say, hey, look, this is what you should consider. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm saying it's the right way to do things, is a long way to do things. Right. I'm not. A lot of agreements we have, we didn't shake hands in this meeting. Agree? I say, cool. If you agree, I agree. Let's put it on paper, right? I am a business guy, right? So when we talk about like taxes, business, all those different things, I'm not. Yes, he can change his mind, but then if we put it on paper and we're in a situation, whatever it is, it's like, hey, I can legally hold you accountable for the words that you said in the past. So that's kind of how I do business.
Okay. As long as it's in writing, that's fine. You know what I'm saying? Because you make everything clear. You see what I'm saying? So those are some of the obstacles that guys may face if they were planning on going to situations like that. Okay. Now, the next step I wanted to go into is biological rights over children's bodies in the event that something happens to them. You see what I'm saying? Say, for instance, if your wife has something to happen to her and one of your kids, how do you guys handle funeral arrangements between those particular situations? Like, say, for instance, if one child survives, if one child survives and your wife and another child doesn't, how do you guys arrange funerals and stuff like that? Who has the rights over what bodies?
You said that my wife died, or you said the kids died?
No. Your wife has 2 kids, right?
Yes.
Okay. Say, for instance, your wife and one of the kids pass away. Okay. And one of the other child survives. Okay. How do you guys handle funeral arrangements when it comes to stuff like that? Who has the rights over the bodies? Because you didn't legally adopt.
I got you. So first of all, your first question is what happens with my wife. As her husband, you agree that I got rights as a husband.
That's clear, right?
All right. So your real question is about the child.
Right.
All right. I feel like as two grown adults, we sit down and have a conversation. If he in a situation that he want cremation and I want a burial, we have the conversation. Like I think we try to really argue about stuff. First of all, I think it's a big one-off that our kid just die. What's the percentage of kids just die? And I'm not saying that it won't happen, but the chance of my kid and my wife dying at the exact same time, do we really look how extreme and far we go to try to make points? And there's no shot to you, lost in translation. But if you say that I lost both of them, I just think that I'm gonna be hurt. I think that my heart's gonna be. The one thing that I'm be trying to do is I'm really gonna be thinking about this other child. How can I help this child make it through it? I'm not. If somebody's trying to argue with me, hey man, I want this to happen, bro. You do that. Let's focus on the living, because that dead child is gone. There's nothing we can do for that one. But how about we focus on this living to make sure that the one that's living is processing losing a mother, losing a child, I'm losing a sibling, and how can we help the living move forward? So I don't focus in those things. If he say, let's bury him, let's cremate him, whatever, cool. We got life insurance. We got wills. Me and my wife already know what we're going to do. But if that happens, you deal with it while you deal with it. But that's not a deal breaker. The stuff that you're bringing up is not a deal breaker. You shouldn't do it because you lost a child.
No, I'm not saying it's not a deal breaker. I'm just asking, in the event that happens, you guys have already had this conversation. That's all I'm saying.
No, we haven't had a conversation whether it's burial versus cremation.
No. I'm just saying who handles what in the event that the legal guardian is no longer there, and it's you, the stepfather, and then the biological father.
So
he has legal rights over.
I'm okay with that. So if he say, I want to do this with my daughter, I think I would be an a-hole to try to argue with him about that. Like if he came in and said, hey, I lost my daughter and I want to bury her, I want to cremate her, why would I argue that point? Let that man, he's suffered. No,
that's why I said earlier that we have to do it for the greater good. And E-Man is absolutely right, because we can't be having our own feelings in this. Tyrus had made a point where he said, guess what? You got to be serious when you get in this shit. That's why we were saying that it's dynamic, this shit. And if you ain't serious about it, this is the thing. There's a lot of motherfuckers ain't even serious about just marrying somebody, let alone being with somebody with fucking kids. So that's where it's at. I'm gonna end it from right there.
It doesn't matter. Either man wouldn't have a say regardless. It's next of kin. The biological father would make all of the decisions because he's alive.
Right.
I want to cut to the chase here.
That's why he said.
Let me ask you.
That's what I'm saying. There's no point in
Can I ask the brother a question?
The biological dad makes all the decisions.
Sure. Information, man. I'm gonna switch you out. Come on.
I want to just cut to the chase. Iman, have you had a sit down conversation with either your wife, the stepfather, about all these circumstances that take place? Because I think the mature thing when you go into a relationship, like for me personally, when me and my wife went through our divorce, we already had a discussion about what we were going to do in the case that we got a divorce. It was already known that I was doing A, B, and C for my daughter. She's going to be in my medical, so on and so forth. So when we broke up, it was an amicable situation in which we had less drama because we had a chance to see what had happened to other friends that we knew that had bad breakups, and we were able to handle our situation with maturity. So the main thing is, if you have you had that conversation?
Yeah, I think I said it earlier. Me, my wife, so their father had been remarried too.
Right.
So
that's another dynamic there. See? Yeah.
Yeah. So two married couples have sat down. Have we had disagreements? Yes. I'm not trying to
naturally
think
you would.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is, when I sat down and asked them, what is your vision on parenting these kids, right? And I shut up. 90% of the things they wanted for the kids, is what we wanted for the kids too. So it wasn't a whole bunch of disagreement. What I learned about the 10%, the 10% is not that important. Like what Lost in Translation was saying, like who got the rights to bury the child? I don't think that's the grand,
This is the bottom line. It's been laid out that you don't have, you didn't adopt them legally, anything like that, right? So if something was to happen, it's obvious that the father, the biological father, would have the right to make certain decisions over you because you didn't officially, legally adopted them or anything like that. He didn't agree to that. So just as you wouldn't, just like your kids, you would have the rights to make certain decisions for your kids that you had biologically. Am I right or wrong?
No, it's wrong. And the reason Lost in Translation kept saying that my wife dies because she have legal rights too.
Right.
I'm married to her.
But I'm not making that. That's not the claim I'm making. I'm just saying that quite naturally, if you haven't legally adopted the kids and something was to happen, and I don't want to make up scenarios, but the father would have certain rights and privileges because just like my situation, if my ex-wife was to remarry or what have you and have another family, I still have certain rights and because I have 50-50 custody, right, of kids. So there's certain things my ex-wife can't just pick up and leave and go to another state without me having some say-so in it, right? Well,
absolutely. Yeah,
same thing with the father. Right. So I'm looking at it from just a practical point of view that if you're having this conversation and you're doing it maturely, then it shouldn't be something that should, I'm not saying that it does concern you, but it's something that you should think about because when something does happen, people may say one thing today and they may act another way tomorrow. And I think maybe Lost in Translation, I think what you was asking, it was a good point. But people can flip the script. You know that, brother.
But information, man, legally.
Hold on. Let me respond to give me a second, Trey. I just want to respond to what he said. So I am strongly against men that marry women that are not submitted to them, especially if they got kids. So since my wife have legal rights as the mother, right? And since she submitted to me, it gives me rights. I know some people might not look at it that way because it's like, you don't got direct, that's indirect rights. But if my wife is submitted to me, I have rights because I can actually have influence over the person who do have rights. I don't know if that makes sense to you guys. I hope it do.
Can I speak to both of y'all's point? Information, man, you're 100%. Now, I want you to know, legally, everything would default to the biological father if something was to happen to the mother. If he hasn't adopted her, you can go look this up. If he adopts her, then he sort of jumps in that place if he's adopted. But if the biological father is alive, and here's how the courts do it. I can say I'm a father and something happened and I want to take this child to be mine. I'm going to automatically be summoned to take a DNS to lock me in.
So
no more confusion. Now,
give me an example of what you're saying, because you don't have biological rights the way that people think they have. Like,
no, what I'm saying, if the children are like the situation you're in, they have another biological father. By default, if something was to happen to the mother and you have not adopted them as the biological, it's like taking the same level, same place, GED, high school diploma, and the father is still alive and something happens to the child, they're going to go to the father first. And if the father agrees to whatever, then yes. But if the father say no, just like, let me ask you a situation to connect it all. You and your wife live in another state, right? You live where y'all live, right? Does the father live in that state?
Yes, we live in the same state.
Okay. So the same thing information said. He's a father, and the mother tried to, like, you can't take your child right now and go to DC and like, this is where we live in at without the father agreeing to it. That you can't do none of that.
See, that's the point that I'm telling you. You don't even have to. My wife can do that, and she's the biological mother. So of course I can't do it.
So the laws must be different now.
I think,
let me land the point that I'm saying, right? especially if the corpse is involved, because that's what you really talk about. If the corpse is involved, most people have court document says that you can't just leave the state. Like you can't just move X amount of miles away. No parent can just up and take their kids, especially if it's 50-50 custody. You can't do that. That's not a realistic thing.
But I think the scenario that the brother what we're bringing up is, if, like I was saying, go back to what I was saying earlier. People say one thing, and then when something happens, they can flip on you. So the circumstances is just that. If, I hate to say this, but if something was to unfortunately happen to your significant other, and you didn't legally adopt them, the biological father has certain rights if he has 50-50 custody, right? So then he could come in, the courts would probably look at, now you know the courts will look at who is best for the kids to be with based on, you know, economics and household and all of that. But the trump card that the father would still have, E-Man, is the fact that he's the biological father of the kids, the next of kin. And technically, even though you've been loving the kids and you've been raising them and all these sort of great things, the court won't look at that in terms of who is the next of kin. So therefore, if he has 50-50 custody of the kids, who do you think, I'll ask you, who do you think the courts would give the kids to in this situation?
They should give them to their father. See,
I think that's what we've really been trying to say, brother.
But that's the point. I don't have this ego thing that I got to get
I'm not
my
saying
back.
you got ego, brother. I'm not saying that.
Like, I think it's crazy if a stepdad, if they got involved, it'd be different if the father's not involved. We having another conversation. But in my situation, if he's involved, he's doing what he's supposed to be doing as a father. Why would I be so selfish to say I'm trying to take them away from their natural?
No, we're not saying that we're not saying that you're trying to take them away. We're just saying that that's a possibility, that the time and energy that you put into having those kids in your life and getting close to them, which I think is what translation was saying, you've invested a lot of emotional time, financial time, all these different things. And that can go just like this.
But that can happen with your own kids.
True. But would you admit that it's a different dynamic when it's kids that you kind of blend it with, and you've got kids, and now you've taken on this bigger responsibility of not only raising your kids, but someone else's kids, and you put in time into them. You've gotten close to them.
Listen, this is the thing, the reality in the American system, right? Everything could be going right with your baby mama, and flip a switch, you lose all access to your kids.
That can't happen to me.
No, I get.
I don't have a baby mama. I was married.
Listen. I get it.
I
get that you said that's not your situation. The reality that you can lose your kids in America is a high chance, right? That's the reality.
I agree.
Right? All right. So if we know that reality, the only way for me not to really have this reality is first to get married or don't have kids. Right? Those are my two options, what it really comes down to. Because typically outside of marriage, and you get like in a divorce, you get like a parenting plan, you get some kind of agreement on how the kids look forward after marriage. That's what's supposed to happen, right? So the whole point that I was making is, everybody keep trying to make these points like stepdads got different options than baby daddies. And I'm telling you, I don't see that as a big difference. That's part of being a man. And if you're a baby daddy, she can take your kids away, and you barely have the chance to see your kids. And that's the reality in America. We see it all the time. We hear all y'all talk about it all the time.
But the only way it's a big difference, brother, is if when it comes to your own biological kids, is if you did not get 50-50 or full custody of your kids. Then a woman can't do shit to you. My ex can't do a damn thing to me, because I got the 50-50 custody, and I don't have any drama my way, and I do what I'm supposed to do as a father because I love my child.
But listen,
but there's a lot of brothers who are not in that situation, and they're the ones, when they get with this baby mama stuff, and they impregnate these ratchet type of females, they're the ones that go through a lot of this hell, and then they come on YouTube and cry about it.
But listen to what.
And
hold on,
I'm technically considered a baby daddy, and I had 50-50. And I never got married. I never had any issues. I walked right into a courthouse and said to a judge, "This is what we want to do," and that's exactly what we did.
I got you, but listen to the qualifier, right? As a stepdaddy, I got a qualifier. My qualifier is adopting the child, right? Your qualifier is getting 50-50 custody. We're not as different as it sounds. We both had to go to court to get something to be able to prove that we're a parent. And I get you can argue one way might be easier.
No, we didn't have to go to court.
I didn't have to go to court. I just signed
We didn't
documents.
have to go to court.
How about you had to get to court. So when you adopting a person, you know you sign documents, right?
Oh, for adoption, yes, sir.
So I know we can argue semantics. Listen, we can continue to argue semantics. Is ways that as a stepfather, I can get access to the child. Is ways for a baby daddy to get access to the child. But what it really comes down to, I have the mindset that I want to do what's best for these kids. And me not being in these kids' life, if that's the best option, I'm okay with that because I'm a big enough man to know that it's not just about me. So if I'm in a situation, they lost their mother, I'm trying to make sure these kids cope, whatever the situation is. I just think it's crazy that we so selfish nowadays. They were like, well, I should keep the kids because I put all this, that, and the third.
Either man, what law is there for stepdads that they have access? Where's that written? As a biological father, I can make a case. I can argue a case because I'm the father. But if you are a stepdad by marriage and the mom is gone, what argument do you have? What law is there that says that you can go into a courtroom and say, I should be able to have this child? Where is that written?
So you believe that a father, a biological father, I want to make sure I hear this right, who do not have any custody of his kids is going to be able to have the rights just because he's the biological father?
Let me tell you something, Eda man. Let me tell you something, Eda man. When I was a police officer, hang on. When I was a police officer,
what law? Tell me that law.
Hold on. When I was a police officer, when I was a police officer, and we would have mothers that would pass away, right? And there were kids that were there. The first question was always the same: where's the dad? It was always the same question: where's the dad? Because the first person that those children would go to is the father. And it didn't matter if the father was in another state. It didn't matter if the father hadn't seen the kid in 3 years. It did not matter the situation. The only thing that superseded the biological father was paperwork saying that this father wasn't allowed to have his children. But if there was no paperwork saying that, because I used to have grandmothers come on scenes, I used to have aunts come on scenes and say, no, we taking these kids. And I have to tell them, no, you can't take the kids because the father has the right of first refusal, not you. Now, if the father works out a plan and says, hey, yeah, you can take them, that's it. So I'm trying to figure out where the stepdad thing comes in. Like, you guys think you have powers. You don't have any powers.
So the whole point that I'm saying is, first of all, can we agree that we're talking about a small group of people that's losing their
lives? Let's move past that. Let's just get straight to the meat and potato.
We try to make our arguments on this small group of people.
Let's just make the argument. Let's not make the argument about the argument. Let's just make the argument.
I got what you said, but what we said is like, if we get this hypothetical and your wife died, and all this kind of
let's just make the argument. We get it, Eda man. It's an extreme. I got it. Let's just make the argument.
Listen, I know you don't like how I respond. I get that. But the whole point that I'm gonna say is, if you talk about with the 1%, like if we talk about the 1% or the 10% of these situations happen, I just think it's so rare. It shouldn't discourage you to do it for something that's this rare.
But my issue is that everything that you guys have discussed about being married to a woman who has kids, why would we tell young men to go do this? Why would we tell them to go put themselves in this situation?
I think
when we already know that being a dad alone without being a stepfather, it's already hard enough. And you can already have issues with the mother to begin with. But now we're telling them to go put themselves in this situation with kids that ain't even theirs.
No, I think we had a consensus. I think we had a consensus where we listen. I think we had a consensus where we said that the shit is not ideal. We all had a consensus of that.
10 times, JT. We done said it.
Right. So
then
the
why do
thing
we end the stream if we know that it's not ideal? Why are we still? I mean, if it's not ideal, why are we still talking about it?
No, but this is the thing.
Why isn't the overarching message, hey, young fellas, don't date women with kids?
Well, no, it's still because the title
If
said
everybody agrees, JT, why can't we just send out one solitary message? Young fellas, don't date women with kids.
Because it's not solitary. Hold on, it's not solitary. Put me in the box with Trey. Shit.
Get him, JT.
It's not
y'all guys have a good night. I'm gonna let y'all finish it up.
Are we gonna go argue that whole point? Listen, either man talked about statistics. Wait, JT, either man talked about statistics, and what I'm saying, how many? If we want to talk statistics, how many successful stepdads in the modern era are there? There's a few on this panel. That's two. Is that a reasonable?
No, don't change the subject.
No, we can go back to this mundane subject.
Go ahead, JT. Why are we having one solitary message?
Y'all gotta still remember we still have an audience, man. We still got people that's on. Because before we started this conversation, there was not a consensus. That's what I'm saying. It brought it up where it wasn't the fact that either you are good as a stepfather or is a good ideal or is not a good ideal. That's what it started out as being. It got to the point where the consensus was this: if you're gonna do it, you need to be serious about what you're doing. And these are the pros and the cons. There was one only good pro. I already said it. You getting some pussy on a regular. The cons is what we're talking about right now. When you have these things where you talking about especially what Eda Man was just talking about, that's his situation. We already understand, man. A lot of these motherfuckers can't have that type of conversation with the woman that they're in a relationship with. So we already understand it is not ideal for any motherfucking man to do that. The argument was that. Remember, it started with take heed to the message, what she was saying. The number one thing that she was talking about was you have to be married. Right? That was her whole thing. You have to be married. She was her whole thing was it's not a good idea for a man to be in a relationship with a woman that has kids. But if you do it, you got to have the ideal that you're going to marry her and you're going to take on those kids. It went to the same point where when somebody was saying something and Mr. Bennett, he said, that's not, if you out here and you just dating somebody and you out here telling their kids what to do and whatever, Mr. Bennett said it. He was like, that ain't good. That's not good.
You don't have no say so.
Marrying that woman. So this is what we have. What I hear, what E-Man was saying, man, actually that right there was very ideal because you got to be serious about having those type of conversations, and the majority of people don't have those conversations. You got all these motherfuckers. It's fucked up to be in a relationship with a woman and you already molded her kids to however you was, just like what Frieda was saying, from 2 years old, that was impressionable age, right? But when you got a 15-year-old or a 16-year-old, what fool is gonna go out there and do that shit right now? So
can I ask this question? Because this is where I'm confused.
Don't do
this is where I'm confused. If I meet a woman and she has a kid, and I decide to date this woman who has a kid, and people are telling me I shouldn't be able to have any say in this child's life, but I say, you know what? I'm gonna take this kid and I'm gonna teach him everything I know about the stock market. Should I be able to do that?
You can, okay, yeah, you can.
So I can help the kid make money, but I can't help the kid be disciplined and be respectful.
Right,
no,
I can't do that.
No, you can't.
That's the dynamic.
You don't have the right to.
So again, I ask the question.
Right.
I ask the question: if the cons outweigh the pros, why isn't the solitary message "Do not date women with kids"?
It is solitary. It's not the ideal. It is solitary. That's my whole point of saying that this conversation is that. We're not, for instance, we're all of age to a point where we can talk to the younger generation. Would you tell your nephew, son, would you tell any kid that you're close to, any male kid that you're close to, that is very ideal. That if she has kids, that is ideal for you to go out there and get with that woman. No, it's not fucking ideal.
I think I said it earlier, brothers.
Can somebody else say something on this thing? First of
everybody's
all,
you
can't just say look, the theme is not ideal, but that's not fucking life, man. You can't just tell somebody it's not ideal. No, it's not. But if you choose to, here's what's going down. That's what you. That's how we have to have a full conversation.
But I think
but hold on. That was my point to Trey, was to say to have the conversation. His question was, why are we still having the conversation?
But you're not letting nobody answer. Let me answer it. Let me answer it then, JT. Because when either man was still here, I would have liked to ask him what percentage of stepdads have an ideal situation like him. What percentage out of the diaspora? I mean, he's got to be
a question that you already know the answer to, because
no, I don't. No. Listen, what I'm saying is he has almost the perfect ideal situation. Freezy might have another one, but the average rank and file guy today who's a stepfather is living in hell, man. A lot of them are.
But you're saying that it was ideal. I guarantee the conversations that they had.
Didn't say that.
Ideal conversation. This is the thing. They're just telling you, they're giving you a snapshot of what happened. But I guarantee there was drama that came through. There was a whole bunch of other shit that came with it. That's my whole point. These guys were not saying that it was an ideal thing. What I'm saying is this: we have to have the conversation. We have to walk it through, because what they're talking about, that shit wasn't no easy ass conversations to have. You talking about a man sitting back. I told y'all how I felt. I told you how with my ex-wife, she was like, I'm not getting married because of these ideas. Me, I wasn't having it. You ain't putting your hands on my fucking child, and you ain't telling my child all kind of dumb shit. That's the whole reason why we having the conversation.
Yeah, I'm not arguing with you, but either man didn't get that impression though. Either man came up here and said, "Man, those kids were putting my shoes on my feet and shit, and feeding me water and all that kind of stuff." And washing my drawers. I mean, he did.
But his wife came from a different. What I'm saying is this, dog.
Nobody watched my drawers.
That was his idea. What I'm saying is that we can't just knock out another person's experience. It's not ideal for us, but he gave the idea. We had this motherfucker up on this goddamn panel almost the whole fucking show asking him questions, right? The reason being is because we did not understand. He made it an understandable way of looking at things now. This is the reason why
he didn't, JT. Stop lying.
JT, I'm not arguing with you, brother.
We can agree.
Let me just say this. He showed what he gave us was an ideal representation of being a stepdad, which is cool. Some people could hear that, but that's what he gave us.
He didn't make it
He gave us an ideal representation of a modern day stepdad. That's
not in the African American community. Not in the African American.
You guys keep missing my point. Let me just say this. He didn't even start by saying his wife was not black. I had to bring that shit out of him. He didn't even start by saying that.
RP, you know why he wasn't going to tell us that?
I already knew.
Because the cultural difference is why he's able to do what he's able to do. That's why.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
That's why.
Okay, then that's gonna raise another. It's gonna be another damn show that we're gonna have to talk then.
You know what, JT? I wouldn't have a problem. I wouldn't have a problem with black men if black.
Another show then.
I wouldn't have a problem with black men if they said, "Listen, being a step parent is fine, but you got to get involved in the right culture to do it, because our culture and the way the women in our culture act, it is not conducive to having an effective and productive family." That would be a completely different argument, because what he's doing, I don't really have an issue with. I come from a single mom, right? I don't really have an issue with a man stepping in if they want to do it. I just would never go about telling men to do this ever. But if you're going to do it, you're going to do it. There's nothing I can do about that. But my message is always the same. Don't ever be with a single mom, because the cons far outweigh the pros, and it's not even close. It's not even close.
So
I
Trey,
gave you guys the statistic that you are twice as likely to file for divorce if you're a stepfather. I gave you this.
Hold on, y'all. Go ahead, information man.
Either man, I was listening to what the fuck you were saying, bro. I understood exactly what you were saying. Even if I didn't agree with certain things, I understood what you were saying, and I kudos to you, brother. That's what I'm saying. Fuck Trey.
Look, the fact of the matter is that in this community, in our community, stepdads are praised and worshiped for doing the job that fathers should have done. And what we've done is we've actually put them on a pedestal now. And so if you step in or step up, the word they like to use, you get put in an upper echelon of being a real man, which shits on the men who aren't in that situation and who haven't done that. If we're talking about 50-some-odd% of black men don't even have any kids at all, you're saying they're not real men because they ain't getting people pregnant? Come on, man. Like, we're just sending the wrong message.
Daddy's home.
What up, Hank? What up, Hank?
Yeah, what's happening?
Hey, give me a second, man, before you get going. Information, man, go ahead and make your point, because I know you want to go ahead and get that out the way. And then, Hank, you got the floor next.
No, I just wanted to say that once again, it's an individual choice that people make. I don't think it's ideal to deal with women who have a lot of kids because, like I had said before, their kids are going to be the priority over you always. You always will be secondary. I think for E-Man, I look at it as more of an individual situation. His individual situation for him may work, and it may not work for other people. And I'm gonna stand on this. I think when you do have young male children that you're raising, a son, I think it is preferable to encourage your son to start off fresh, not with someone who's got baggage. That's not their baggage, but someone else's baggage. And the fact that some of us have either had to be raised by stepfathers, on the flip side of it, does it speak to the dysfunction of our society and parenting when you have so many kids that have been raised by stepfathers, as I said before, and in some cases there were stepfathers that did a hell of a job, but I think it's still a sad commentary on our society that you have stepfathers who have to step in and do what biological fathers should be doing. Given if the situation is ideal, some situation where men were driven out of the household, there was rift between them and the woman, but you shouldn't allow yourself to not be in the life of your child. So I really think it shows another commentary to the problems and ills of our society. That these are things that are happening quite rapidly. But no. So that's all I really wanted to say. I'm going to drop off the panel tonight. Good discussion. But no, I don't think it's the ideal thing for everybody. So
gotcha.
Appreciate it. Stand on it. Thank you, sir.
Y'all have a great night.
You too. Appreciate it. Welcome to the channel, to the Black Man Unfiltered channel. Once again, it is Hank from the basement. What's happening, Hank?
What's up, fellas? How y'all doing today? Fuck
Doing good. How much of the show did you catch, Hank? How much of the show did you catch, Hank?
I probably caught the last 25, 30 minutes of it. But, fuck Trey. I'm going to keep saying that, too.
What's on your mind, man? Talk to us, man. What you think about the conversation tonight?
Look, man, I mean, most of us up here are probably 30, 35 and older. You know what I'm saying? And if we're going to date a woman, most of them in our age group, unless we go younger, that's something different. Now, if we go younger, then there's a chance of a woman not having kids is good. But if we go into date a woman who is our age and older, more than likely she's gonna have at least a minimum one child. At least a minimum one child. So now you pretty much in a stepdaddy role. Now of course unless you marry her, then you're officially a stepdaddy. But you might be what we call a make-believe stepfather. I mean, you still gonna have to be some type of guardian over her child if y'all live together. You know, some of y'all moving in with these women, and to me, that's foolish. I don't understand that at all. But that's what y'all doing because you broke motherfuckers, tired at home living in mama's basement. So now you ready to shack up with this woman and live off her and drink her son's sunny delight. So if you're in that situation, you're gonna be a stepdaddy, whether you want to or not. It is what it is. So with me, I know y'all giving E-Man a hard time because he married a woman outside his race. Yeah, I mean it is what it is. Stepfather, doesn't matter what color you are. But I'm in a situation where I'm going to be a stepfather. But in order for me to do that, she knew she had to get her stuff in line. She had to set the tone. I told her the tone. She had to set it. Now, if the tone wasn't going to be set, he wasn't coming in. It was going to be a no because I'm not going through that situation. Not what y'all talking about anyway. But if you set the tone from the go from the beginning, then you got a chance. You know, you got a chance. So there's no disrespect between me and the father of the kids. There's no disrespect between me and the kids. Matter of fact, we in Nashville right now. On our way back to the crib. They in one room, me and my ladies in another room. We enjoying life. No issue. But you gotta set the tone. As a man, you gotta let it be known what the tone's gonna be. And she need to follow through with her kids. And just like I had to. I had to do the same thing with mine. My son knows what's up. My daughter knows what's up. Now, of course, my daughter's grown and married and off doing her own thing. So she really has no effect. My son does because he still stays with me when he's not on campus. But you got to set the tone, fellas. I mean, that's what you got to do. And as far as the thing is about, my son has no kids. There's no way I would tell my son to date a woman with kids if he doesn't have kids. Now, if he has kids and decides to date a woman with kids, okay, cool. I'm gonna give him the game. This is how you need to do it, and go from there. But for a man that has no kids, I wouldn't recommend a man to date a woman with kids. Just my opinion, though.
Appreciate it, Hank. R-Pain, what you had to say, brother?
Well, I was going to let him go, but the point is, you got a blended family coming up with your lady. I mean, she's a little older, like you said, right? So she has kids. You have your own children. So y'all have common ground. You know, 'cause I don't consider that the same thing as like for your son at 18, 19, 20, 23, coming right out of college. You know, so like I said, when I started out, there's layers to this. And when we have this conversation, we have to have the nuances as part of the conversation, or else we're not having a complete conversation. You know, so it's not a one size fit all. We found that there's a guy with an ideal situation. Then Freezy has his situation, might not have been ideal, but he made a point that the kid was 2. That makes a big ass difference. That kid don't know nobody till, you know, she saw him. That, hey, dad, you know? So all I'm trying to say, that makes a difference. I don't know why nobody wouldn't give him some credit for that. That shit makes a big goddamn difference. You know, so anyhow, so I don't have any problem with stepdads because in the Black community, since I'm old, I know that stepdads have been an integral part of us, a lot of us being here. You know, so I don't want to just shit on it, but like Trey said and everybody else, in the end, if a single man's looking for a family, I'm gonna tell him look for.
You know what, R-Pain? You're absolutely right. Here's my thing. I think the part that we're missing is that we're not in an environment where men are celebrated for doing the thing that's hard. You see what I'm saying? Not only that, if you decide you want to be a stepdad, I've heard several guys in this panel says, you know what, unless you set the tone in that particular situation, don't do it. Do not do it. But the problem with that is the majority of people today, they don't respect men. No matter what they do, they don't care how much money you make. They don't care if you're an upstanding individual. They just do not. And I wouldn't recommend it. Now, here's my thing. If you want to do this thing the right way, I would suggest that you talk to her father because you want to make sure that she's been groomed to be a wife. We all know things happen along the way, but if you want to make sure that you're going to step into the role of being the leader of this particular family, you want to start at the top. You want to say, hey, look, I want to talk to your dad. You know what I'm saying? And find out exactly what's going on. That's what we had to do back in the day anyway. I don't want to talk to your baby daddy. I don't want to talk to him. I want to talk to your daddy. That's who I want to talk to, because he did what he had to do. I don't want to have no conversations with you whatsoever, because you didn't go and talk to him about what his daughter needed. You see what I'm saying? And I'm pretty sure you were respected if a young man came to your daughter and said, hey, you know what, Mr. Payne, I want to talk to you about how best to take care of your daughter. You know what I'm saying? And have that conversation and say, hey, look, how did you raise her? Did you teach her, you know, how to be a wife? You see what I'm saying? Because my folks taught me how to be a husband. And I want to make sure that this relationship between me and her and our family and your family is going to be on good standing. You know what I'm saying? That's the ideal. You see what I'm saying? We want to make sure that when we put these families together, it is a good thing. But the problem is that we don't as men, we don't look at ourselves as important. Let's start there first. You see what I'm saying? Make sure that you look at yourself as, hey, look, if I'm going to be a leader, I'm going to have to hold people accountable. Now, in order to do that, I'm going to have to be able to hold myself accountable. You see what I'm saying? Now, even though the odds may be stacked against you, there are several people on this panel that says, hey, do not do it. But in the event that you do, and you choose to accept the challenge, here is what you're looking for. And here's what you're looking at. Everybody's situation is different, because you never know when you might run across that good woman. And she may have a few scratches and dents. You see what I'm saying? But you got to make sure that you do what the Bible say, remove all spot, blemish, and all this other stuff off of them, and present yourself bride to yourself. And at that particular point, you're going to have to take care of business from the top to the bottom. You're going to have to marry that woman. You're going to have to adopt them kids. You see what I'm saying? And go all in if you're going to do that. You can't half do it, man. If not, you're going to have what we talked about earlier, the sacrifice. And that's the reason why I said earlier, obedience is better than sacrifice. But here's the thing, not everybody's willing to do that. And I explained to you earlier, I'm willing to go to the grave alone. I don't have a problem with that, because my standard is the standard. It was the standard of my father. It was the standard of my grandfather on both sides. And I would be a hypocrite to do something other than that. They would rather I quietly go into thy good night without ruining the name. You see what I'm saying? But my thing is this, everybody's situation is different. And I want to make sure that you're fully prepared to go up against whatever it is that you want to go up against. Now, my thing is this, I ask you as men is to be committed to whatever it is that you say you want to do, and do that and be an example. Come on up, Freezy.
Okay, yeah. I want to say this too. Just to add balance to the conversation, right? Like, I'm not against women who have kids and they have to raise the kids all up until the kids are 18 by themselves. I'm not against that. Like I don't want to spew a message, because there's a lot of women with their with their significant others that had children together, unruly women that's telling their kids, because see, this is where I kind of agree with Trey. We have to be able to give the right messages, and when we talk as men on these panels, we have to be responsible giving the right messages, because a lot of women feel as though they don't have to put up with the kid's biological father, and they throw these threats out there. There's another black women say it all the time. There's a man that will be a better father than you, and that will accept this family. And because women are confident, because they're so validated, right? They feel like they can get a replacement at any given time, and they threaten biological fathers with this type of shit, right? So there's a different dynamic that we also must like. I feel like this, like me, right? I'm just being a realist. And I told my wife this, like, if all the stars didn't align, it wouldn't have materialized. You feel what I'm saying? It wouldn't have materialized. But I want to say this. The biggest message that women should get is, if you open your legs and you get pregnant from a guy that you really was not confident in you know, actually solidifying a family with, and you have to raise this child on your own, that's what you're gonna get. That's what you got to do. And I think it's unfair to pressure men into, you know, making them feel like, hey, these kids need no, these kids, I understand what some people are saying. The kids are innocent, but you know what I'm saying? Like it's worse when a man has to take on a tumultuous environment, and this woman was already unruly. She already told her the kid's biological father, I don't need you. There's a man that will take me, and, you know, do all these idle threats. Now you're getting this woman. Now you're getting this whole setup. Right? This conversation is needed. I disagree with Trey on that. It is needed because there's do's and don'ts on this thing, fellas. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's do's and don'ts on this thing. Like, women that have kids, I don't feel sorry for women that have to raise these kids by themselves. I don't feel sorry for women that have to raise these kids by themselves, because the more women that have to raise these kids by themselves, the less likely young girls will want to actually be in these women's shoes. Right? Only the exceptional women get men like Freezy. I just want y'all to know that. Everybody don't get no Freezy. What's up, Doc?
Appreciate it, Freezy. Doc, what's up? Welcome to the store. Welcome to the shop.
Thank you. May I jump in?
Yeah, go ahead. You got the floor, Doc.
All right. I'm biased. Let me start with that. And I'm usually down the middle of the road, and I'm in the middle of the road on this one, but heavy. You know, if I had one roll of fat, it'd be on the side of in favor of the kids. Is there a benefit to be a stepfather? I think there's a disadvantage to engaging in a certain type of relationship that you cannot maintain if you don't have the partnership with the stepmother. So if you don't have a collaboration, if you don't have an agreement, if it is about bullshit, and you're unable to make the sacrifices, if you're able to make the sacrifices but unable to execute what you need to execute to get the job done to help take care of the little kids, that's a disadvantage and unfavorable situation to be in. Okay, so I want to say that. The side of me that has been adopted, my father is my step-grandfather also. Going through 7 different foster homes, some with foster dads who looked at me like, huh, you just here temporarily. Let's not have any confusion with them. To having teachers, mentors, and people who put their boot just in the right spot to say, you're not going to be one of them, you're going to be one of them. To have a couple of gang members in Harlem, New York, say, move back to it. You got a little mouthpiece on you, you tough and all that, but you really move out the way to protect me. They weren't my fathers, but these gangsters and OGs and all that, they played a fatherly role. Now, there's the bias. I didn't have to give back. I do choose to give back. In fact, tonight, I was doing Secret Santa for kids, total strangers, listening, kind of creepy, listening in the store, listening to a kid say, a mama say, we can't afford that, or Papa say, put that shit down. And out of nowhere, we'll take care of it for you. And I'll be doing it tomorrow and it's on Sunday too. That makes me, according to what I saw earlier or listened to earlier, because I was out there listening, I was ear hustling. That makes me a simp. The fuck you. Whoever said that shit, fuck you. People are a simp for caring. That's bullshit. Where y'all come up with this new shit? This creating shit. People are a simp for caring. You know how many of our black asses right here on this channel have been helped by some man who didn't owe us shit, and that makes them a simp? How fucking rude and disrespectful. Anyway, next, there are the women who are trapping people and having babies, and then the men who want to be with the women so badly that they all of a sudden want to show interest in the kids. I hear simping there. I hear an agenda in there. I hear some fuckery in there. Then there's the father who has no interest in the mother, but he has a different type of interest in the kids. I see them at the job too. And I see the kids in the adolescent treatment homes. I see the kids in the orphanages. I see the kids in the jails. I see the kids in the foster care. I see the kids at the adoption center when I'm doing presentations and workshops. I see the kids in the schools, all being directionless, having struggles with identity. You will know the payoff for any support that men can offer. The payoff is for the next generation. It's not even about us anymore. Now, are you responsible for someone else's kids? That's another argument. Actually, one that I wouldn't even give. I can't tell someone who's so lit, you and whoever else, if you're saying, hey, I'm not responsible for those kids, I get it. I've had an argument with a healthy conversation with someone on Freezy's, and I'll let me get my timer. I want to be respectful. Freezy's one on your channel who was telling me that's nice that I do for the people, but if people don't do for themselves, he doesn't give a shit. So we had a good, healthy debate, right? So there are people who will do for the kids because they care, and other people who care, but they just don't take that as their responsibility. So I totally get it. That's where I land. Thank you.
Appreciate it, Doc. The reason why I said that is because I have family members who could use my help too. I have nieces and nephews and cousins. You see what I'm saying? So if I'm going to help somebody, charity starts at home first. And then after that, I assist. But to say that men don't help, they do. They just don't say it out loud. Because I read to young boys every March. You know what I'm saying? I can read over here at these elementary schools. That type of, I volunteer my spare time because I have a friend who runs a nonprofit. So yes, men do help. You see what I'm saying? But my thing is this. I want to make sure that men understand that before you lay down with this woman, ahead of time, these are some of the things that you're going to have to deal with as a man. You see what I'm saying? That's where we start with that generation. The generation of men who are about to become men, that's where we cut this off. Because if we just talk to the kids, they may forget. But at the same time, we still can't forget the kids. I'm in agreement with you with that. Because their situation is something they didn't ask for. But as these young men become adults and they've actually had some inspiration and information to draw from and say, hey, look, you looked amongst the world, you saw what we have now. Now you have a choice. And what we're saying to the young men now is like, do better than us. You see what I'm saying? And I agree with that. And that's the main reason why I made that point I said the other day. If you choose to walk this path, this is what you're going to get. So be ready and be prepared. Be the best version of yourself because you're going to need it. That's the only reason I said that. Does that make sense?
Doc, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry. But Doc, I have one for you. I have one for you, Doc. Listen, how do we navigate all this stuff from an anthropological standpoint for the imperative that both men and women have? Right? Because the only things that really changed in our basic nature is the tools that we have available to us. Men have a basic nature, and so do women. Right? And some of the things that's going on is right there at the root. For example, for men, I'm going to just speak for men. Women don't want to accept this, but men have a constant need at a certain age to have sex. And that's just a truism. We could argue it. We could tell them how to be responsible and all that great stuff. And I think we should, but that doesn't supersede that basic need that we have. How we act on it is a maturity kind of thing. So for between 18 and 30, men have this need. Let me also say that we got to stop acting like women don't understand that we have that biological urge. And that is constant, it's predictable, and they can manipulate it, right? And that's why we're in a lot of situations that we're in, because we don't recognize that shit. A lot of men don't. And so how do we educate people, say, listen, I understand your biological urge, but here's the consequences of some of your actions at a given time. And what we find out is that, and I want to give men credit, but every man, there's enough men that still break the whole barrier, like a Ime Udoka or President of the United States. These men who should know better, should already be in an age of discernment, still doing dumb shit like they're 18. You know, so how do we fight, you know, some of that kind of stuff? And so the baby mamaism thing that's going on is, one, women don't want to take accountability for their womb because it means accountability is like kryptonite to them, because all they can get to is that you stuck your Johnson and you got me pregnant. But no, you opened your legs and I stuck my Johnson, and you know why? Because I'm going to take sex from you any way you give it. The reverse is not true. Women don't take sex from men any way they give it. They have conditions, right? So, you know, so we can't get to that nature because we can't even have a good conversation with women because they don't want to take accountability for their womb unless it's convenient. You know, and the law backs us up because the law says that if I stick it in there and you don't want me, on the local, state, and federal level, I've committed a criminal act. You can't even, you know, they don't even want to process that shit. You know, so I'm just saying, you know, how do we get past that to get a community back when people don't want to accept who they are by their basic nature, and that the fact that we had help with that. We had culture, we had laws, we had social mores, we had shame. All those things helped us keep that in a certain perspective. And now in the West, all that shit's gone. It's a wild, wild West out there. How do we get some of that back? That's all I'm saying. So yeah. Doc, I don't know if I'm making any sense to you, but
no, it makes sense. It makes sense. I can answer. I like to address a portion of it. Timer. I'm working on being timely and landing sooner. So first of all, I think it's a combination of a few answers I've heard tonight. I know I've heard Trey talk before. Put a condom on regardless. No ifs, ands, or buts. Get out the fantasy of it has to feel real. She's so damn fine. I'm not gonna worry about the crabs getting on me. It'll get on the hair. It's not on the pink. You know, boom. Wrap that shit up every single time. If you feel that you cannot go without having sex, you can't go the abstinent route, then maybe think about the future with that particular person. What are their behaviors? What's their family like? Have you ever seen them argue? Have you even seen them get a burger wrong at the restaurant to see how they do the return, to hear the attitude, blah, 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 because that's going to be the mother of your child. And she's going to produce another one of those. And get to know the mama, papa, grandpapa, uncle, grandparents, because your child is going to be part of them as well as your family's grandparents. So if you got that one kind of, your kid's going to be part of that too. Are you ready for that? Because we all have one. Are you ready? So ready yourself, prepare yourself, and who was it, JT or somebody said tonight, at any given time, something can flip. There's no perfect,
No, keep going. Somebody.
Oh, there's no perfect situation. At any given time, something can flip. So have you saved? Have you taken care of yourself in case things flip, in case things don't work out? Please know the difference between the reality and the fantasy. Usually the women see the fantasy and I'm gonna have someone love me, and then they saw the paycheck, and then we have parents who, let's get the kids diagnosed ADHD so we can get the extra check. So all these type of things start shifting and changing. Then you have politics who are working it to their favor. Then how can we trust each other in a relationship? How can I find a good woman? That can switch at any given time. As we already know, we have people having babies on purpose. So there's no really one answer. I'd say we have to look at all the multitude of answers. Have some faith, have some religion, have some mentorship, have some confidence about who you are. Have a direction in life, Inc. I hear you talk about all the time, the planning, the planning, the planning, the planning. Have a plan, not just for a kid, but so you can actually live your life. And for those who are religious or believe in the marriage route, please search thoroughly, carefully. If you believe in the one marriage, do the work first, then find the wife. So a combination of those should slowly help, but it's going to take work on the before end, during, and then even on the after end. Because if anything ever happens to you, you have family support, you have neighbors, or you have resources to help. I don't know if that answered your question, but hopefully there was a tip to it.
Well, it's all part of it, but I'm just saying, Listen, we don't have to go down that path. I'm just saying that we're all a product of our basic nature. And I don't think a lot of us understand that we're not only just driven by our conscious mind, but we're kind of driven by our biology a little bit as well. And we can't ignore that, and so we have to navigate that. That's why in certain cultures where they have all of those kind of rules, whether we like them or not, it tames the marketplace. And to some extent. I mean, the sheiks and all that, they have their wild ass parties, but that's not the rank and file people.
Right.
All I'm just trying to say is, but that's where I'm coming from. Because even with the step baby daddy stuff, that's just a byproduct of the way we're living as well. I don't believe in saving a bad behaving woman. I don't think the average guy does either. But he's still driven by his moral imperative to be able to have a woman he could sleep with, that he'll accept almost anything. And there's a lot of guys like that. There's too many men like that, and a woman who wants security and all that we're seeing women just basically say, yeah, I got 3 kids by 3 baby daddies, and they don't even think anything of it.
That's a fact.
They don't think anything. I mean, they boom. And then when they hit 30, they expect somebody like Trey to marry him. You know what I'm saying? Come on. It's not going to happen.
Yeah. So there's a portion. I'm gonna get you in a hot second, Trey. I'm gonna get you in a hot second. There is a large portion of women out there like that, but there's also another large portion that are not like that. They're kidless. They have good jobs, make good money. They're not even trying to have kids. They might want some dingling and have a friend. They're not trying to have some major commitment. And that side of the population, they'll have a totally different argument. But I do.
Stay on that point there, Doc. Stay on that point. See, those women, I agree with you, but they still also miss it. Because if they had 10, 15, 20 dicks, then, even if they don't have no kid, they talk about trauma all the time because they don't have nowhere to put all that dick energy, right?
Man, you got to pass that mic, dog.
Okay. There you go.
You got to pass that mic. Let it go, brother. Let that mic go.
Come on, Trey. That's all right, brother.
The toughest things any man has ever done is turn down a nice piece of willing, steaming ass piece of pussy.
All right, I was on the road, but go ahead.
Just real quick, E-Man, I say the people on the right side of this panel or JT on down were my children, especially raising boys or raising men. And the other side were other families and they were all women. No, whatever you want to be on the law side, you have to be with it. But you were the other side, the families and options that I had. I will make it very clear to my boys that you have to choose wisely. In fact, I'm going to first vet those families as if those are your options, I'm first checking it out. If they don't seem to be quality families, I'm letting my boys know, don't take the risk. That's one thought. The other thing is once they launch on their own, that is their responsibility who they're going to be with. I can't dick police them. I can't control who they date. I can't control any of that. Hopefully I would have taught them well enough, but if they choose to have children with them, they understand they're responsible. But they would know you should always check out the family first. So I hope that answers your question. So if they meet someone that has a woman and you want to engage in that and you're ready for it, stepfather, yes. If not, be wise and refuse.
Appreciate it, Doc. Come on, Trey. I know you've been waiting patiently.
So, Doc, I have 2 questions that I just need another minute and a half. So, Doc, in regards to the both young men and young women about 15, 16, they both sort of reach a sexual craving at that time, right? Would you say? Would you agree?
I think so. I haven't done it, but yeah.
Right, somewhere close between 14 and 17, right? So, and a lot of the youth that time are not really getting it. So you think that could be one of the issues that a lot of children are running into, just having that sexual freedom so early?
Yes. The short answer, yes, because at that age, a lot of, I won't call the kid a mistake, but a lot of mistakes. A lot of immature activity. Right. Yeah.
So my next question would be based on the consent of a child. In most states, doesn't that usually begin between the ages of 12 and 13, 14, where a child can consent? If I have a child and I'm not a good parent, can that child therefore consent to go stay with the other parent as long as that other parent is viable, productive, working, GE, Ford, you know, not breaking the law, and they have a home that they can have? Could that child say, I want to go live with my daddy?
It sounds like some family law issues. So if you are of age 13, 16,
yeah, because some states is 12, some states is 13. It just depends.
So just before the state, just before the age of emancipation, you know, once you have the age of emancipation, they can apply and then decide where they want to go. Previous to that, they need the consent of at least one parent, so they can go live with the other parent. The other one can contest it if they want.
Right. So just the point where we was trying to make earlier, if I raising a child and the child say, I don't want to live with my stepdaddy no more, he can vow to go live with the daddy if they want to, he or she.
Oh, I can't speak exactly to each situation, because sometimes there are legal agreements when you have joint legal custody, and then no, legal custody and then physical joint custody, two different entities. So the one who has legal custody in Minnesota is primarily the mother. As soon as the kid is born, she automatically has rights. The father doesn't, unless they're married. If you're not married,
or they take it, and once they take the DNA to prove that the child, then the father can vow for the right. Okay, so I understand that.
Not careful, a lawyer, a judge can just sign it to say, yep, you got custody, 50-50 joint, yay, but you don't have 50-50 legal. So in some cases, she could actually have a written agreement with the husband that because you don't have any legal say-so, then the legal say-so is this way.
Right. So my last thing is this, and this goes to what Brother Heath was speaking about. He has a son in college. I would recommend no young man, even the young women, do not have a child out of wedlock. Do not do it. I don't give a damn if you go to you 40 and no kids. All y'all walk around. Because once you start, especially the man, if you start having children at the age 18, 19, 20, and you haven't even got a career and never understand, you will always live in poverty. You will not, it'll take you 50 years to get out of it. Now, if you're a good-hearted brother, use some of the options that we all had to go through. You're going to go to college, learn a trade, goddamn drive a city bus, drive a train, drive a truck, go to skills trade school, go to the military. You're going to have to do something. You cannot spend the next 25 years of your life from age 21 to 51 talking about ain't shit out here. Brother, the world is going to move past you. It's going to kick you way out in the boondocks. And you don't know how to live out in the woods right now. So get your skill set up, save your money, stop buying all this crazy stuff. Find you a woman that looks you in the eye, that says her breath smell like the way you like it smell, and move accordingly. Learn how to protect yourself. The dynamics is ready to change. I don't know why we don't see it. And now is the time for the young brother, even the young sister, start having kids, because the government get ready to cut you off like hot water. Great, cut y'all water. Y'all ain't gonna be able to have that social service. And y'all talking about y'all don't need these young, strong brothers. They're gonna be looking at you like whatever, because they're gonna have their passports ready to travel the world. And everybody want to have a fun girl, they're gonna come to y'all neighborhoods and have fun with y'all. Y'all gonna be crying. So get your bread right, whatever, get your skill set right. Go talk to other people that don't look like you. Learn some culture, learn some business. You'll be all right. That's all I got.
I just challenge people to consider where they got the bitterness from. You know, this stuff dips in and out. What, 10, 15, 20 years ago, there was commercials about thank you for being a good man to a child, and thank you for being.
They don't run no commercials no more.
I know I'm saying we dip. We keep going in and out. So then you have government who stepped in and start whipping men's asses, and then, damn, I'm not doing anything. So sometimes it's going well, and then something slips in there and just messes up everything. So men are like, I'm good. I'm not gonna kill my life over it. So it'll be another 10, 15, 20 years. It'll be commercials. Thank you for being a.
Doc, let me ask you a question, man. We talk to our young men about not, getting women pregnant and all this other stuff. At what age do you start to begin to have the conversations with your sons about how to be a husband and how to be a father? Because I want to make sure that we have those conversations well in advance of their capability of creating children. You see what I'm saying? And preparing them for that, and what to look for, and how to vet a woman that is proper to be a wife, instead of having what we have now. What advice would you give young men, and at what age should they be taught how to be a husband?
I hear BMU speak to this often, and I also hear another brother who speaks to constantly teaching your children as they grow, because you can wait until they're 15, 16 to show them some things, but what about those 5, 6, 7-year-olds? So then you can show them some things when they're young and they're too young, and it's not a good time to teach them. So the actual conversation about being a man, a conversation about being a husband, pending your culture, pending your practices, your values, your morals, and your core beliefs, the core beliefs. Part of that conversation about core beliefs would include what type of husband do you plan on being, what type of person do you plan on being, and any opportunities you can teach. Grandpa gets sick, some shield their kid. You don't need to go to the hospital and see grandpa. I say, can they at least see it once? Because they would never see that, and then when their papa gets sick, it'll be a culture shock because they had never seen their strong father fragile before. And then they were taught not to cry, and all of a sudden they got a little tear that they have to. So I say as much stimulus or stimuli things you can teach, awesome. As many examples as you can teach, awesome. And so the age, I say throughout, but then those hardcore conversations in their young adolescence, because in other places, they're teaching you how to put a rifle together at 9, 10, 11 years old. So here, if you're talking about the States, any opportunity you get to teach, I want to show you how to change oil, but the guy's running the streets. He doesn't want to learn. So then when he's like, damn, Pops, you have $70 so I can go to Valvoline or Midex or something. You got $70? No. But maybe one of them places you rent out in the street, did you want to put these dingy blues on and get under there and change the oil, or vice versa? Son, y'all got that new shit. Show me how. Well, now you just and that's worth 10,000 miles. God, so we learn together, new way or old way, but any opportunity we can.
Absolutely. And I think that's probably the main reason why we wanted to make sure that we have this conversation, because there are benefits to actually having a family where you can rely on information not only from your father, but from your grandfather. And if you're really lucky, your great grandfather, because they pass on information that is well beyond your years. I remember one time, man, my dad had got checked by my granddad, and that's the first time I ever seen my dad get checked. In my house, my dad was like the man. And then one day my dad was like, man, he trying to eat us out of house and home. My granddad is like, he said, I let you sit at my table and let you eat all you wanted. Man, I was like, oh, I said, granddad, check dad. I'm gonna tell you, that was probably one of the greatest moments I ever seen in my life. But I assure you, if my granddad was not there in my life or something I would have never seen something like that. But at the same time, I understood that there was a hierarchy when it comes to our family. You see what I'm saying? But my thing is that we have a lot of kids that miss out on stuff like that because of the way that we have our family structured now. So my thing is this: I want to make sure that our kids don't miss out on stuff like that. It's the nuances, the little small things that we miss from time to time. Even though I was watching my granddad teach my dad. You see what I'm saying? How cool is that? You see what I'm saying? So those are some things you miss out on, and I want to make sure that those nuances are some of the things that we actually talk about, because those are some things that we may not always be privileged to seeing.
Right. If you have those situations, some don't have dads, and they still have to be men, right? So then I say, who are not stepdads, but who are the alternate dads? Coaches.
Right.
I mean, how much Jordan didn't learn how to slam dunk from his father.
Right.
So, but you can have coaches, mentors, teachers, business guy at the end of the corner store, business person, Mr. Jones who's out there picking up cups and all that, or sweeping the steps. Your favorite whatever salesperson who's a little older or same age who's teaching you about characteristics. It doesn't always have to be that older, younger. It could be someone parallel, but they have their life situated differently, and they could teach you characteristics.
Absolutely correct. I'm going to go ahead and get some final thoughts. We're going to start with Freezy, because Freezy been awfully quiet today. Freezy, come on, give us your final thoughts, sir.
I've been quiet, lit.
You've been quiet, man. You've been sitting back in the cut chilling. I've been watching you, man. You've been chilling, man.
Well, this is a much needed conversation. It's a lot of nuances that go into this. I think one thing we were about to go into, but we didn't actually tackle it, was actually joining yourself with a different culture, right? Either man made a conscious decision to marry a woman with I forget what nationality her kids were. Was it?
I think she's Asian.
Yeah. So this is the thing, like that's why this conversation it can go in many different directions. It's not just one facet conversation. Like me myself personally, and it's not a knock against either man. I wouldn't like spend years raising white kids. I just wouldn't do that. When I know, you know what I'm saying, I believe in preserving. I would preserve, you know, if I would give some kids a chance, I would give, you know, some kids of my own demographic a chance as far as like experiencing me. You know, that's just me. You know what I'm saying? I'm not, that's no knock against anybody that would actually, you know, coincide with another demographic or nothing like that. But I think that's just a whole nother conversation within itself. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And so, but my just to land the plane, quite the contrary, right? I do agree with Trey's premise. I want to stress that. And I understand what Trey is saying. Right? I understand that a man should desire the best case scenario. The best case scenario is for the woman to not have any kids, and for all the kids that you have with this woman to be biologically yours. But let's also go further. That's not just what's included in the best case scenario. What's also included in the best case scenario is for this woman to have been a part of a two-parent household. Now, do you see the domino effect? For that woman to have been a part of a two-parent household, and for her to be a good woman, traditionally and morally. We're talking about best case scenarios. I don't even know a nigga with the best case scenario in these days and time. That's what I'm trying to tell y'all. Right? We talking about best case scenarios. We can't just chalk up best case scenarios to a woman that don't got no kids. We can't chalk it up to that because it's a lot of it's just a lot of nuances that go into a best case scenario. You understand what I'm saying? Best case scenario is she's a virgin and she ain't had no dick. If y'all want to talk about best case scenarios, come on, you know what I'm saying? That's why I say let's come down off the best case scenario, because ain't too many of you niggas gonna hit the lottery. I'm just saying, like, so now we got to have a realistic conversation, right? Now we got to, because there's gonna be some young men, a lot of young men. I'm gonna say probably 90% ain't gonna have that best case scenario that Freezer just laid out to y'all, right? But guess what? We do have an advantage on. You got guys like Freezy, Hink, other guys on the panel that have actually tackled other scenarios to where it became successful. And I think there's value in that too.
Appreciate it, Freezer. Thank you, sir. One love, one love. We're going to bring up Trey Ferg. Trey Ferg, give us some final thoughts, sir.
All right, brother. Again, man, it's always good to come in these spaces, man. Iron sharpens iron. I'm going to say it till I leave this earth. You know, it's just, you know, to the brother, and I like to speak to the younger brother who's sort of find this way in this dynamic. You know, as you hear in these conversations, man, you have to be very careful and choose wisely. But you also have to continue to build individually. And that's everything from understanding your emotions, your strengths, your weaknesses, your triggers, understanding skills that can help you sustain a lifestyle, whether it's creating, building, learning new things, reading books, doing math, money management, whatever it is, man. Now is the critical time. No children out of wedlock. Go see the world. You 24, get 4 of y'all guys and take some guy trips and go over with your shirts off and see how much the ladies will be on you. Now is the greatest time in the world, man, to start to become that worldwide man. The dynamic is going to change over the next 25 years because nobody is building a state in their communities. They're all public housing. They're going to dismantle those communities. And if you're not buying a home, what else are you going to do? And it's, you know, just for the ladies too, y'all have to get over whatever y'all is and come on back to these brothers because these brothers are ready to fight for y'all. But they're not going to do it if y'all just out here running them up and listening to whatever's given to y'all. So, you know, I just hope the brothers choose wisely, man, and do the right thing, man. You know, Brother Lost in Translation, man, I need you to come be an uncle, man, to some kids I know, man. They need a good uncle like you.
I got you. I got you,
You
brother.
know, my last thing, I just been blessed, man, and knowing how I work to help people, man. Like I said, I'm 55. I don't have to do nothing else but just share my love to people that want it. And other than that, man, I'm gonna keep walking these streets, man, because my cousin Jesus got me. He got me covered, man. I'm gonna do this thing. I don't care what nobody else does. I'm gonna do it. Do it till the wheels fall off, and I'm gonna bless everybody that wants some of it because I'm not afraid to share it, man. Peace out.
Indeed. Thank you so much, Trey Ferg, for coming out. And now we're going to hear from the one and only Trey One. What's up, Trey? Go ahead and give us your final thoughts, sir.
Yeah, my final thoughts are simple. I can understand why the younger men are fucked up and confused because they have to listen to shit like what we heard tonight. I can understand how confused they are. Fact of the matter is that older men will not stand on business. They will, on one hand, say that this isn't ideal, but on the other hand, say this is also how I live my life. It's bullshit. It's hypocrisy. I'm going to stand on business. I'm going to give you one message, young men. One message. Do not date and or have sex with women who have kids. I'll say it again. Do not date and or have sex with women who have kids. The cons far outweigh the pros. There is no winning situation on this. I gave you the stat earlier that men who are married, stepfathers who are married, are twice as likely to file for divorce. There are barely any men filing for divorce to begin with, and you are twice as likely to file for divorce if you put yourself in that situation. I do not feel bad for stepfathers when the shit goes left because you put yourself in that situation. You did not have to date women that have children. Stop bailing women out who are irresponsible with their womb and cannot maintain relationships with the father of their child. Stop bailing them out. Put your fucking cape up in your goddamn closet and leave these women be. Leave them alone. We are not helping them by fixing the problems that you did not create. That's all I got.
Did you hear what I said? Appreciate it, Trey, for coming up. And next we have the one and only, the continent, R-Pain. R-Pain, go ahead and give us your final thoughts, sir, on this beautiful conversation we had on this lovely
I think we
Saturday.
Yeah, man. Thanks for letting me up. A great conversation. I don't disagree with what Trey is saying. I just know that there's nuances, and whether a person wants to hear the nuance or not, that's cool. But yeah, preferably a man is going to do the right thing. You just got to prepare them just in case they get a brain fart and they want to save a chick. You can lower your risk, but you're not going to eliminate it. But so that's what all I have to say, man. It's a good conversation. You know, with stepdads are inevitable. They're going to happen. Either man, the fact that he was up here, people got to realize his shit is ideal. And it's not the common, stepdaddyism,
You mean not ideal? It's not ideal.
It's not
No,
ideal.
his situation for him. Well, no, listen, you guys had your final goddamn thoughts. Let me have mine.
Did you hear what I said?
But for his situation, it's ideal. It's not ideal for anybody else but him. Right? That's all I'm saying. I mean, listen, the guys who are in the audience, they got to be able to understand fucking nuances. For him, that's just ideal. He said so much. We don't have to argue that. So we can move on from that. But anyhow, listen, if you're a single man, find yourself a single woman. Start your own legacy. I agree with that message. But the message is longer than just that, so you got to help people out navigate the fact that they may make a mistake. All right, so I'll end it there.
Appreciate it, R-Pain. Doc, thank you for coming out this evening, sir. Could you go ahead and give us your final final thoughts, sir,
You
on
bet.
what you've
You
seen
bet.
tonight.
And guys, thank you for the opportunity to share, especially for coming on last and sharing in this space. So thank you for everyone in the panel, and thank you for everyone in the chat for allowing me to share this perspective. Let me start with in agreement with Trey in saying, yes, thank you for being able to stand on your position and stay on your position. The other people who stay on a different position, they stay too, but when it's emotionally driven, you get that waffling. So I hear that you are a father, and that this is not about Trey, but I want to highlight as part of the answer. He's a father, and he still stands on his beliefs, regardless if it's his child or any child. See, that's not waffling, that's staying the same across the board. And so I think the disadvantage is when a young man doesn't even know who he is, when he's confused, when he's causing chaos, and especially if he's doing it for the mother and not the child. He's bailing someone out. So when we talk about benefits, who is going to benefit? And how much sacrifice do you have to make? How much money do you engage, and blah, blah, blah. My other thought is this, and I don't hear about this much anymore. If you notice the people who are in control in their home, they don't have a lot of conversations about what a woman's going to do to them in the courts and all that. A man who, now I'm not saying one who forces, I'm talking about a man who's about his shit. I don't hear much about what his wife is going to do, and she's going to mess up. They run their home. And so if you can get yourself together where you can lead your home, then I think some of these other words are secondary. But again, you'll have to be able to lead yourself and be able to lead your home. And as one of you said, can't be with someone who you can't lead, who won't listen. So it's going to take some partnership work. And in the end, be careful who you share your legacy with and who you share your resources with and all that, because another mistake people make, taking on these additional family members, especially if you hop in relationships and then hop with different children, the different lives that you impact. Like, oh, I guess, so now, yep, that kid, oh man, sorry it didn't work out with you, little shorty. We just have these different lives out there hanging in the balance. So if you're one of those people that relationship hop, you can't stay in a stable one, and you're impacting a lot of lives, I say, please keep that in mind. And that is it that I can think of. Thank you again for allowing me my perspective. Appreciate it.
Appreciate it, Doc. It's always a pleasure when you come up to make sure we in line from time to time to make sure we still have our humanity. So I thank you for coming up.
Oh, speaking of that, because I want to be clear, and this is not an apology, but I do want to be clear. I said if people who are saying these are simps, F you. Okay. So but I said the people who said, so therefore no one called me directly a simp, but me saying fuck you, that means I could be calling someone, I could be saying that to someone. So let me be clear. Gentlemen, we have to be careful when we allow people to come in with new terms, with new meanings, and just let it sit and just be passive about it and accept it. The word simp 10, 15 years ago, if you were taking care of someone, supporting someone, the word simp, and now we just sit passively and allow people to throw these names, but then we get mad when someone wants to be called a new pronoun. It's almost the same thing. You come in with these people come in with these new changes, new word variations, new definitions. Stop. Please stop. And I ask people that they hold the others accountable when you hear people doing it.
All right. Appreciate it, Doc. And last but not least, JT. JT, it's been a blast tonight, man. I know you've been sitting back chilling. Go ahead and give us your final thoughts, brother.
I actually had fun, man, putting the cameras up, doing most of the
JT, you about 8 hours in, huh? What you on the other panel?
Yeah, man. I was on my man Hink's panel and rocking with your brother. Man, I've been listening to damn YouTube all damn. I done worked. I done did everything. I've been doing shit for probably about 16 fucking hours now, man. But
what's your takeaway from this whole thing, man?
Yeah, I've been just taking in more than I've been putting out, because like I said, I'm at this moment right now, man, where I just want to hear the people. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of like I'm at this crossroad right now where I got to get some more knowledge out here, man. Just even listening to the young folks. I got 2 daughters, and I ain't got no sons. I got 2 daughters. One 20, she's about to be 22, and the other one is 28, just turned 28. And my 28-year-old has a child. So, and so the conversations I'm having with her, man, is just something that I think she was waiting for, you know what I'm saying, from her father, because I'm telling her nothing but the truth. I'm not coddling her, but I'm not bashing her or anything like that, because she hears the panels that I'm on. She hear my shows and shit like that.
Right.
And you know, and then I got a 22-year-old getting ready to graduate, and she's involved with a young man. So my whole thing is that this shit is real life, and it ain't my life. When I talk to them, I'm talking to them as if it's their life. The same way I get on this panel and I talk to you guys, this is the same way with them. Sometimes I don't talk to them like I got the answers. I talk to them like we figuring this shit out together. You dig what I'm saying?
Right.
And these conversations is very important to me, not just on this panel, but I just been listening to so much shit, because I'm done. I guarantee I'm 51. I'm straight where I'm at right now. I guarantee it. When it comes down to it, I get old and weary and weak. If I ain't got no goddamn woman, guess what I got? I got children. I got motherfuckers that I got in place. And that may not even work out. You dig what I'm saying? But what I'm saying is that we have to prepare for the worst, right? Got to prepare for the worst. And what we do is we have to just have, I'm telling you, these conversations is really, really, really helping me, man. Not just, like I said, just on this panel, bro.
Right.
But one of the things that Trey said is on this final thought is 100 solid with me. I'm not telling no motherfucker. I'm not telling my nephews get with a motherfucking woman that got children. I'm gonna talk to him about it, but initially, if he asks me, should he do it? My answer is gonna be solid. No. Then we can have the conversation. You dig what I'm saying?
Right.
Because these younger folks, man, they got to get out here and live. I'm done. I'm getting ready to fucking tire. I'm changing my life, and it's funny, man, just listening to guys that's in their 30s talk. I'm like, these niggas is old. What the fuck is me, Bay, you, and Trey? We ancient as motherfucking there. You dig what I'm saying?
Right.
Even like Black Man, he just got in his 40s.
Right.
Nigga, old. It's done. You better start getting it together. You dig what I'm saying? And our legacy is our children. So the conversations, I'm hoping that my kids actually listen to this shit. The reason why I like having conversation with men and men that have at least the thought of their own thought and willing to have the conversation with one another, because it always pan out with us. All we got to do is have some patience with each other. We can cuss each other out. This is really showing our children and the women that we talk to, is helping them have conversations also with men. I don't know what the fuck they're gonna do with women, because women, to me, man, it's just difficult to have conversation with women. It's difficult to have conversation with motherfuckers on panels. That's what it feel like sometimes when you're having with women, right? But they start to listen. These conversations are starting to get better, even if you guys don't think so. I'm telling you. Look at some shit from 5 years ago, just on any random fucking panel, and look at how fucked up it was with black folks, the way we was communicating with each other before. I said this before. When we used to get together, it was cool that we got together, listen to music and play cards and shit like that with each other, and dance and all of that shit. But one of the things that we missed was have real deep conversations with one another.
Absolutely.
So when it comes down to it, man, I appreciate every brother that's on this panel, every brother that, because you guys are contributing. Even if you don't think you are definitely contributing. And me as an old motherfucking dude right now, I'm telling you, I don't give a damn how old you are. I'm learning. I learn from my own fucking kids. I'm learning from my damn grandchild. You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna end that with that. Doc, I'm always appreciating you. Our pain, Trey, you know you my homeboy. Both Treys, y'all know y'all my homeboys, man. I love when y'all have these conversations, bro. So I'm gonna end that with that. Lost, you definitely, man, you be killing it. That's why I don't never want to come. You be stepping on niggas' fire and shit when you get to talking and shit. But
here's my thing. I'm not doing it from a place of ego. I'm doing it from a place of love, man, because I want to make sure we cover our blind sides and cover each other's six. You know what I'm saying? Because there are going to be people out here now who are not going to play nice with us. You know what I'm saying? And from time to time, we jab with each other and we sharpen each other's iron. You know what I'm saying? There's been things that I've said that Trey raised his eyebrow. He was like, damn, I didn't think about that. And there's things that Trey said. I was like, oh, that was cold. That was cold-blooded. You know what I'm saying? And then our Payne said something. And I was like, that was deep. You know what I mean? I didn't even think about that. And then Mr. Bennett coming through and said, hey, if you ain't got no legal rights, you ain't got no rights at all. So there's some things, man, that we get from these conversations. And what people don't realize is that when they come across us, they're not coming across just us. Each one of us contain a little bit of our pain, a little bit of Dr. Nakumbe, a little bit of JT, a little bit of Trey and Trey, you know what I'm saying? A little bit of Hank, you know what I'm saying? A little bit of E-Man, you know what I'm saying? And all of this, and Black Man Unfiltered. Those are the things that circulate us when we represent ourselves. You see what I'm saying? So when we take away from those topics, hopefully we're a little bit better as men as we go forward. And when we have an opportunity to make sure that our community is better by making ourselves better, every time we get better, the people around us get better by default, by osmosis, by the time they have a conversation with us. What I love about this panel is that we can discuss things and disagree and still come back next Friday as if ain't nothing happened. Now, as far as the topic is concerned, here's my thing. I would be disingenuous to say that stepdads haven't made a dent in this thing. You know what I'm saying? It's a thankless job. I remember being on Kevin's show as a moderator and listening to him saying that being a stepdad is a thankless job. And I've seen that firsthand. Guys are not celebrated. And my thing is this, ladies, if you want help from men and you wanted to make a difference, make sure that you start celebrating those who actually help you out. Acknowledge that those guys are making a difference in your life. I had a friend of mine the other day who just moved into a new apartment. And then, you know, I was like, yeah, now you got all these guys bringing all your packages to your apartment. You know, all this strong, independent woman stuff flew out the window when you need somebody to help put these sofas and stuff and these TVs up. You know what I'm saying? I said, those are the invisible guys that most women don't think about. You see what I'm saying? Those are the guys that make the world go round. And at the same time, those guys may possibly be someone's stepdad or someone's dad. They're out here making a difference in the world. But my thing is, I want to make sure that we give men the credit that they're due. Because what happened is when guys see you mistreat another guy who went to help, they might not always help as fast as they should. You see what I'm saying? So my thing is this, make sure that we talk to each other like we got some sense. Learn how to honor each other from time to time. You know what I mean? Have something good to say. Edify each other in front of us and behind our backs. You see what I'm saying? That's all I'm going to say about that. Make sure that we handle each other the proper way. I want to thank everybody for coming out to the Black Man Unfiltered channel on Talk That Talk Tuesdays, also on the Barbershop on Thursdays with Dr. Nkumbe. You know what I'm saying? Also our Payne show on Monday. Y'all make this thing go around. You know what I'm saying? I want to make sure that we grow the message and get this thing out as much as we can. When you get an opportunity, hit the Cash App. You know what I'm saying? Let Black Man Unfiltered know. You know what I'm saying? You appreciate the conversations and the content that he's putting on. And if you enjoyed this conversation, make sure that you at least share it. Next week, I want everybody to go and bring at least another friend. You know what I'm saying? If you do that, we'll grow the network as quickly and easily as possible. I want to thank JT, Dr. Nkumbe, R. Payne, Trey, and everybody else in the chat. I want to thank you guys for coming out. It has truly been a pleasure.
No Boomer show on Monday, though. We know that.
That's right. The Boomer show on Monday.
No, not this Monday. It's Christmas. No, not
Christmas. Not this Christmas.
No. Okay. All right.
Okay. All right. Great. Did y'all guys need anything else before we go?
Man, everybody else that was on there, including, hey, don't forget my channel, What We Know podcast. I'm still doing on Wednesdays for Shushu and Mandrell, Unapologetic, and I'm also simulcasting that on What We Know podcast. My man Freezy, I'm glad he came up, man.
Right.
Freezy, y'all go check out No Captivity with Freezy. I'm telling you, dog, that guy, he doing his damn thing over there. And your boy E-Man. Who else we had? Oh, my man, Tarus. Thank Tyrus for coming.
Drop some stuff too, man.
Tyrus is doing a family thing, man. He don't really be on these channels. He ain't got no channels or nothing like that. But I appreciate him. I was happy to see him. And who else we had on here, bro? I don't want to forget.
Yeah, I don't want to leave nobody out.
Oh, the basement. In the basement with
Information Man. You know, had him on too.
Oh, yeah, my man, Information Man. These guys are out here, man. They got their content out here, man. Y'all really support these brothers. Go to the Information Man. He got a lot of channels too. He got about 5 or 6 channels.
Right.
But if you put the Information Man, all of that shit is going to show up, man. And I didn't want to. If I did forget you, just charge it to the head, not to the heart.
Was Grooming up tonight?
Yeah, Grooming up tonight.
Grooming and reviews. He's growing his hair back. He was looking like the Greek Freak, looking like a goddamn biker right now.
Right.
But that's another one, man.
And last but not least, we don't want to forget Take Heed to the Message, the one who kicked the show off.
Take Heed. She started this conversation.
She started this conversation. That's right. Absolutely. And Black Mind Unfiltered. Y'all, thank you so much for coming out tonight. Thank you. Black Spider-Man, hang on. We got you, brother. Thank you, guys. Have a good night.